Call to order. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Halton Catholic District School Board on Tuesday, October the 19th, 2021. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and will be posted on the board's YouTube channel. Trustees, be reminded to turn off your microphone and camera on your devices until you are recognized to speak. Please only use the chat box to type hand up. Once you've been recognized, please turn on your microphone and camera. We have guests on the line with us this evening. Our land acknowledgement. I ask staff to please start us off with our land acknowledgement.
Halton, as we know it today,
is rich in the history and modern traditions
of many First Nations and the Métis.
From the lands of the Anishinaabe
to the Attawandaron,
the Haudenosaunee,
and the Métis.
These lands surrounding the Great Lake
are steeped in Indigenous history.
As we gather today on these treaty lands,
our Catholic social teachings
call us in solidarity
with our Indigenous brothers and sisters
to honor and respect
four directions: lands, waters, plants, animals, and ancestors
that walked before us.
All these wonderful elements of creation exist,
gifted to us by our Creator God. We acknowledge and thank
the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation
for being stewards of this traditional territory.
Thank you. Trustee Tokiwa, please lead us in the opening prayer, the national anthem, and the oath of citizenship.
Thank you. Please join me in the sign of our cross. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Bless us as we meet together. Dear Lord, we pray. Bless the singing of your praise, the reading of your word, the sharing of our fellowship, the prayers that will be heard. Bless us as we meet together. Dear Lord, we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Please join us in the singing of O Canada and the oath of citizenship.
Thank you, Trustee Tokiwa. There were no motions adopted in camera. Information received in camera. Vice Chair Duarte, please read the information received in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Information received in camera. The following information was received in camera. Resignations. Rosa Stanlake resigned effective October 7th, 2021. Nina Alexander will resign effective October 22nd, 2021. Department Head, Rabia Balan appointed as Department Head effective October 5th, 2021. Teacher hiring, Melissa D'Souza hired as a probationary teacher effective October 4th, 2021. Mihaela Tucker hired as a probationary teacher effective October 12, 2021. Daniel D'Souza and Victoria Power hired as probationary teachers effective October 13, 2021. Martina Resco, hired as a probationary teacher effective October 14, 2021. Ashley Acasio, hired as a probationary teacher effective October 18, 2021. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Seeing that there are none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Trustee Agnew?
Moved by Trustee Agnew. Do we have a seconder? Vice Chair Duarte. We'll go to recorded vote. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi.
Against, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Chernata.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Masri Amar.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'm opposed.
Vice Chair Duarte.
In favor.
And Trustee Murphy's in favor. Motion carries. Agenda passes. Item number 3, declaration of conflict of interest. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing that there are none, we'll move on to item 4.1, senior staff updates. Director Daly, please introduce the presentation.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The addition of senior staff updates comes as a result of a motion passed by trustees asking that superintendents and the Director of Ed prepare a monthly presentation. The presentation is limited to 15 minutes, so we thought we would try it by having a number of superintendents present monthly, and hopefully the presentation is what trustees were looking for, but certainly open to feedback with regards to the presentation and if there's anything we can change on a go-forward basis. So for tonight's senior staff update, and we're hoping in the future, we will focus on the 4 foundational pillars of our strategic plan: achieving, believing, belonging, and our foundational elements. So Superintendent Donalfo will speak to St. Clair of Assisi. Superintendent Nar will speak to our Faith Day that we just completed last week. Superintendent Ballo will talk about a really exciting new program we're offering, Project Search. And then Superintendent Merrick will wrap it up with a look at the Sustainable Schools report. So I will turn it over to Superintendent Donalfo.
Thank you, Director Daly, and through you, Mr. Chair. It gives me great pleasure to share with the Board of Trustees our progress with our virtual elementary school, newly named St. Clair of Assisi Catholic School. We currently have 931 students registered and participating in our virtual school, with placements for kindergarten to grade 8, grade 1 to 8 French immersion, grade 5 to 8 extended French, and special education category placements, category placements 1, 2, and 3 for students with individual education plans within our virtual classrooms. There are 71 educators, which includes teachers, early childhood educators, and EAs working in the virtual environment, a child and youth counselor, a social worker, an ESL teacher, and a librarian technician. We currently have 5 kindergarten classes, 20 grade 1 to 3 classes, 12 grade 4 to 6 classes, and 8 grade 7 and 8 classes. Our French immersion program includes 2 primary classes, 1 junior class, and 1 intermediate class. Our extended French has 1 junior class and 1 intermediate class. Our Catholic School Council came together for their first council meeting on Tuesday, October 12th, with 9 parent representatives, with Miss Bonnie Wilshire and Miss Barbara Yelchison as our co-chairs. The Catholic School Council is developing their Catholic school bylaws and committees for fundraising, finance, and parent engagement. As per PPM 164, our CAPE program has synchronous instruction for 180 minutes daily. Our grade 1 to 8 program has synchronous instruction for 225 minutes daily. The virtual school day begins at 8:30 and it goes till 3 o'clock each day. There are 2 40-minute breaks throughout the day. Parents who requested technology were provided with a laptop and headphones for the start of the school year. And consumable materials and math manipulative kits have been prepared and will be provided to our families. Our administrative team, led by Principal Michelle Breda and Vice Principals Martin Simon and Marissa Pitt, lead weekly announcements, weekly communication updates to parents and staff, do drop-in sessions with virtual classrooms throughout the week. There is a weekly community math challenge. They are conducting their code of conduct assemblies as a brick and mortar school would. There are many liturgies happening throughout the program. They're providing professional development for all staff. They are present to parent meetings, transition meetings, and all special education meetings. Sacramental prep for grade 2 and 7 has been coordinated through the Halton Deanery, and all the parishes have connected with the virtual mid-team and shared their parish plan for sacraments. Families have received individual communication so that children will participate in the sacramental program at their local parish. Our virtual grade 8 parents have received communication with regards to grade 8 parent orientation at our local high schools, including the IB and AP programs. Grade 8 students will participate in events and activities throughout the year with their local high school. The admin team is working with strategic communications to begin to present some logo design and options for the school and ideas for a spirit name, which will be provided for stakeholder feedback through the parents and students for a final decision. Our child and youth counselor, Mrs. Sherry O'Brien Hezroni, is currently running the following programs in the virtual school. Mind Up, She Can Thrive through the Milton Community Resource Center, a virtual book club. Sherry also drops into many virtual classrooms throughout the week for read alouds and is supporting the social emotional learning. In November, our grade 8s will receive in-class virtual support for healthy transitions as the students look to prepare for their course selection for their transition to high school. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to share information with you about our recent Faith Day that took place on October the 8th. Our faith is integral to our work and our mission on a daily basis across the system. And we are blessed to be able to gather our staff each fall for Faith Day. This day provides an opportunity to grow in faith and grow together in community. Our bishops remind us in renewing the promise that it is important to be intentional about faith formation for our staff. This is what supports us in ensuring that our students have daily opportunities to encounter Jesus in our schools and to help shape the faith and the beliefs of our students. Faith Day this year was one of the first times our staff were able to come together since the beginning of the pandemic. And in planning that day, we were conscious that for many, it was time to reflect on the changes that have happened and to value the important things as we move into renewed or new ways of doing things. This year, we used 2 pieces of scripture to help focus our theme of renewing, restoring, and rebuilding, Isaiah 58 and John 15. We recognize that in coming together to rebuild, we do so knowing that our faith is what grounds our system. We focus on our faith and mission as the vine, and our staff are the branches that contribute to the success of that mission. The day was a site-based one for each of our schools, and we provided a variety of prayer services, activities, and videos with reflections for each of the sites to use. Here at the CEC, we gathered together virtually in the morning and then broke into departments for the afternoon. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. To help us look at renewing, restoring, and rebuilding, we had 3 videos created by David Wells. David provided some thoughtful reflection on each of these areas by tying them to one of Pope Francis's encyclicals. For renewing, David connected the idea of renewal to Evangelii Gaudium and the idea that all Christians need renewal. David reminded us not to lose touch with the young person inside of us, as the young person inside us is the one who will renew us. As we come out of the pandemic, we need to think about what is the old normal and recognize that it may not be the best way moving forward, so renewal requires a daring refresh and an open heart to establish new ways to move forward. He reminded us that in the eyes of God, a person fully alive is constantly renewed. In the segment that reflected on the idea of restoring, David talked about rediscovering what we need in order to equip us in going forward. He connected this to Laudato Si and the idea of focusing on the needs of our common home, not just the wants. He reminded us to be careful about what we can lose. We need to keep our inner vitality and enthusiasm. Laudato Si tells us that each one of us is willed by God, is loved by God, and is necessary. And this goes back to our baptismal call. We are all part of this mission. In the final video on rebuilding, David asked us to think about what we want to construct, the idea of leaving things better than we had, the notion of leaving the world a better place. He linked this to Fratelli Tutti. David used the inspiration of St. Joseph's life. St. Joseph accepts his life and circumstances and gets on with it to build something better. We rebuild through dialogue. Pope Benedict talked about the whole purpose of Jesus is a heart which sees. One sees where love is needed and then acts accordingly. This is what our staff do every day in our schools, and it is the core of what we need to rebuild. And the final slide for this. So I just want to give a big shout out to our planning team that was made up of chaplaincy leaders and pastoral animators for putting together the activities and the resources for the schools to use. Our chaplaincy leaders shared all of the resources and worked with the pastoral animators in their family of schools to assist in the planning for their sites. Thank you.
Thank you. We are pleased to launch a new program this school year called Project Search. It is a unique program that provides total work immersion paired with targeted classroom instruction, and the principal outcome is employment or readiness for employment for student interns. The model involves a partnership including Halton Catholic, the host site being Milton Hospital, and our community partner, Community Living North Halton. We spent much of last year planning for this new program with our partners, sharing information across the system, and engaging in extensive training. In the first photo, you can see the special education teacher and the 6 students who are the inaugural group of students to participate in this program. Project Search prepares interns, and we call our students interns, for challenging, complex jobs. The program gives interns a year to build stamina and skills. It focuses on job and employability. It teaches essential, marketable skills. It adds value to a workplace and uses a strategic, collaborative approach for training and employment of our students. Project Search is a 1-year school-to-work program for young people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are in their final year of high school. The program includes a total workplace immersion at Milton District Hospital. In our case, we have 6 spots that started in September. The classroom is provided, the instruction is provided by a special education teacher using Project Search curriculum in combination with our curriculum. There are 3 internship rotations that are supported by skills trainers. Customized job search assistance is provided to our students while they're in the program and post-program, and the goal is competitive employment for our students. The potential interns are referred to the program through their schools or a family member and apply in the spring to be considered for the program in September. So we went through the application process in May and June this past school year. The program participants attend the program for a full school year at the host site, again, which is Milton District Hospital. The skills trainers and our spec ed teacher facilitate the educational and training needs of the interns. And the first few weeks have focused on intern orientation, hands-on skills assessment, and familiarizing the students with the hospital. The internship experiences are identified through a continuous collaborative process involving the teacher, the skills trainer, and the business liaison who supports Milton Hospital. The ongoing monitoring includes selecting intern tasks that are just right for the intern, that provides a challenge to the intern at their current level and allows them to surpass the job performance that they are working at. Through a series of 3 targeted internships over the course of the year, the interns acquire competitive, marketable, and transferable skills to enable them to apply for a related position, whether it be at the hospital or at another site. Below is a list of some of the placements that the interns are participating in over the course of this year. So they will be involved with environmental services, medical device, food services, emergency department, medical and surgery, and complex transitional care rotation. These pictures, we have 2 slides that have some photos that show the students in their various internships. We certainly wish the students all the best, and we look forward to watching them grow through this experience. They've already made incredible gains in a very short period of time. Thank you.
So I'm going to do a quick update here on the Sustainable Schools Report. So the Sustainable Schools Report is a program run by the Climate Challenge Network since 2007. And they look at data from the 72 school boards across the province and the respective 5,000 school boards that make up, or 5,000 schools that make up those 72 school boards. They look for opportunities for gas and electrical savings across the schools in the province. Their analysts dig into the building systems, weather data, and combine with our publicly reported energy data. And for this reporting period, they would have used the 2018-2019 school year data. And they combine all that data and rank the 72 school boards across the province in terms of sustainability and environmental performance. And for the 2018-2019 school year, which was reported just this past spring in spring 2021, Halton Catholic placed 4th out of the 72 school boards across the province, and we were the highest ranked board in the GTA. So this great result for us really speaks to the projects, the outreach, the awareness, and the practices that we did and instilled in our staff and students throughout 2015, 16, 17 to really drive these results and see a great outcome in the report. So again, great result for the board. I hope it's something that we can maintain for future years.
Thank you, Superintendent Donalfo, Nar, Ballo, and Merrick. Very interesting information we typically wouldn't come across, so we appreciate your report. Trustee Agnew, do you have a question?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. No questions, but thank you so much. This is what I was hoping would be accomplished through the motion that was passed. It's so fantastic to hear about things, as Chair Murphy said, that we would not normally hear about. And so I'm really appreciative of staff taking the time to highlight some great initiatives that are happening in our board and sharing those with all of us. So thank you very much, and I look forward to future reports. This was great.
Trustee Ahern-Chernato, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I just really have one simple question to Superintendent Merrick. Who is #1 that we need to knock off the top there?
Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. It was Ottawa Catholic was #1. So they tend to be northern boards that have get a little help from the weather normalization, but us here down south don't get quite as much help, but we're definitely on their tails and trying to track them down.
I have complete faith in you that we'll be #1 in no time soon. That's great, and all the other reports are awesome. Thank you so much.
And can we strike knock off that board from the YouTube video? Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 5, delegations. We have 2 delegations this evening. Our delegates are on the line, and we will let them know when to begin. So our first delegation, 5.1, supporting HCDSB diverse student body. The first delegation this evening is from Ms. Dickinson and Mr. McComb. Please be reminded that you have 10 minutes for your presentation and that you must stay to the script that is part of tonight's board agenda package. I ask staff to assist me in keeping track of the time. At the end of the delegation, there will be an opportunity for trustees to ask questions for clarification purposes. If you're prepared to begin, please do so. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Good evening, trustees. My name is Ian McComb, and presenting with me tonight is Christy Dickinson. We will be speaking to the board tonight on behalf of Halton Parents for Change. We are urging you to reconsider your decision not to act in response to the repeated requests from HCDSB students to allow non-Catholic students to run for the position of student trustee. This request has been debated several times at the board table, most recently at the policy committee meeting just last week. And thus far, you have not taken any action to address this very clear interest of our students. Additionally, during many of these debates, inaccurate statements have been made with regards to the requirements set out in the Education Act and related legislation. We would like to take this opportunity to make sure that these requirements are corrected so that these misstatements do not continue nor hinder an informed decision. First and foremost, we would like to state our full support for any HCDSB student who wishes to seek election as student trustee in our board. The student trustee role is a prestigious one, which carries with it a great deal of responsibility. They are responsible for bringing the student voice to you, our board of trustees, so that you are aware of the wants and needs of our students. They are invited to join the Ontario Student Trustee Association, making powerful connections and lobbying for change at the provincial level. There are also material rewards available in the form of honoraria for successful candidates. These are all responsibilities, opportunities, and rewards which a large portion of your secondary students are not eligible to pursue. No matter how you try to rationalize this outcome as being for the benefit of the school board and Catholic education, the practice itself is discriminatory. A position such as that of student trustee, which disqualifies many, up to 40% of students in some HCDSB secondary schools, must be available fairly to all members of the student body, especially on grounds protected by the Human Rights Code. As noted earlier, this matter has been debated many times before this board and in at least 4 delegations in the last 6 months, but no material changes have occurred. In fact, an amendment to policy I-26 was even proposed at the policy committee meeting on June 8, 2021, but was summarily dismissed. Nevertheless, the blueprint exists. The HCDSB Student Senate has voted unanimously in support of the change. While several members of the board appear to agree that change is necessary, others have continued to cite reasons for delaying or opposing the change. We would like to take this opportunity to address some of these concerns.
In the May 4th, 2021 board meeting, a trustee mentioned that regulations regarding the qualifications for student trustees were specified in the Municipal Act. This is false. The Municipal Act and the Municipal Elections Act do not specify requirements for student trustees or even Catholic school trustees. Entitlement to vote and qualifications for the positions of Catholic school trustee and student trustee are set out in the Education Act. Regarding the Education Act itself, a number of incorrect statements have been made in nearly every meeting in which this matter has been discussed. First and foremost, there is no explicit stipulation that a student trustee must meet the same qualifications as a municipally elected trustee, nor that they must be Catholic in the case of the separate school board. The qualifications are clearly stated in the Ontario Regulation 707 and are limited to the following: a full-time pupil in the school board in the senior division, not currently serving a sentence of imprisonment. In fact, in the Ottawa Catholic District School Board, the only stated requirement for student trustees is that they meet the eligibility set out in the OREG 707. It appears that they are currently the only Catholic board in Ontario which has no requirement for student trustees to be explicitly Catholic. At more than one board meeting, it was argued that the term trustee includes student trustees, and as such, they would be subject to the same restrictions. Again, this is incorrect. The Education Act also explicitly states the following: a member of a board may be referred to as a trustee for any purpose related to this act, and a student trustee is not a member of the board and is not entitled to exercise a binding vote on any matter before the board or any of its committees. In the policy meeting just this past week, on October 12th, 2021, Seemingly fictitious regulations regarding the number of student trustees were cited. It is not known where this information came from, as once again, OReg 707 states clearly, the board shall have at least 2, but not more than 3 student trustees. There is no regulation regarding the distribution of these student trustees. As we have demonstrated in the preceding months, numerous incorrect statements have been made publicly by members of the board. We sincerely hope that these were simple errors, and we would like to call attention to the trustee code of conduct, which requires that trustees shall demonstrate honesty and integrity, and with respect to legislation, they shall ensure that all information they communicate in the course of their duties is accurate and complete. Finally, there is the issue of denominational rights, which is often used as a shield of sorts to deflect any undesirable change. Denominational rights are an extremely important part of the Constitution Act and provide the basis for our Catholic school board, but they do not allow for unfettered discrimination to take place. There are limits to the scope they provide in the Constitution Act itself. Nothing in any such law shall prejudicially affect any right or privilege with respect to denominational schools, which any class of persons have by law in the province at the Union. This matter has been debated in Canadian courts numerous times already and has resulted in the following rubric being applied. In order to claim protection under Section 93.1 of the Constitution Act 1867, the following conditions must be met. There must be a right or privilege affecting a denominational school, enjoyed by a particular class of persons, by law, in effect at the time of the Union, Confederation, and which is prejudicially affected. Plainly, the right to limit student trustees, which we have already established are distinct from Catholic school trustees, was not a right in effect at the time of Confederation. It should not be protected under Section 93. The Ontario Human Rights Commission also makes it clear that the Section 19 of the Ontario Human Rights Code, which deals specifically with denominational rights, that these rights are not a shield for discrimination. Separate schools in Ontario have special rights guaranteed by the Constitution and by the Education Act. Section 19 means that the code cannot affect those rights, which are mainly related to the existence and funding of Roman Catholic schools. Otherwise, the right to be free from discrimination under the code applies to Catholic schools. All schools have a legal duty to provide students with an education environment free from harassment and other forms of discrimination because of code grounds.
As this issue has been discussed recently, various types of compromise have been floated as possible solutions. In our opinion, these options do not go far enough in providing an equitable environment for non-Catholic students. One possibility was floated as creating a new position of student trustee advisor, which would be available to non-Catholic students. While some may see this as an improvement, it still does not allow these students the opportunities that a trustee position would hold. OSTA and the Ministry of Education would likely not recognize these positions, and students would not have the same networking connections presented. While the board would be in a position to offer an appropriate honoraria for the position, it is under no obligation to do so. It is important to remember the phrase, separate but equal is inherently unequal. The other common theme we've heard recently is that trustees would prefer to wait for the current court case between York Catholic District School Board and a non-Catholic student who wishes to have the same opportunities we have spoken in favor of tonight. As I hope has been shown, there's nothing precluding the board from making this decision now. There is no need to wait for the court case to play out. To be clear, if the case does end in a formal ruling, the possible outcomes of this case are either that all boards are required to open up eligibility to non-Catholic students, or that boards are permitted to continue to set their policies at their discretion. In other words, status quo. There is no version of the outcome that would mandate that only Catholic student trustees are permitted, as some trustees have implied in previous discussions. Further, there are many possible paths this case could take through the legal system, many of which may mean we wait for years with no ruling at all. We implore you to seek a legal opinion now if you would like confirmation of this fact. Why not afford this opportunity to your students now because it's the right thing to do instead of waiting for a court to order you to do so? Your students have used every channel they have available to them to express how strongly they feel that policy I-26 should be amended. Please do not continue to ignore their voices. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Trustees, now you have an opportunity to ask 2 questions for clarification purposes. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McComb and Ms. Dickinson. It's a great presentation. I love the fact that you've really highlighted what our students have been asking for and are here echoing that. As you're representing a group, Halton Parents for Change, your group is gotten quite large. In regards to this, would you say you're here now representing the general aspects of everybody in the group? That's really where they want to see things go?
Yes, I mean, this was something that was important to all the members of our group. We all feel very strongly that the policy as it is now is discriminatory, and I wouldn't want to be part of a board that is furthering those sorts of ideas.
A follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you've heard a couple of ideas floated around. So if something was to have been implemented that wasn't allowing a non-Catholic student to run as a trustee, you kind of touched on it, but can you just elaborate a little bit more in what your thoughts are in regards to what the optics are of that and what it actually is saying to our students who have said that, you know, we want everybody to be able to run for trustees, and if we don't and we bring in something else, let's say an alternative plan, what kind of message is that bringing to our students? What is that saying to our students?
In my opinion, and in our opinion, it's telling our students that they're not equal. You know, our high schools are made up of Catholic and non-Catholic students. We don't have separate field hockey teams for Catholic and non-Catholic students. We don't have separate chess clubs. All of the students should have access to the same, opportunities, regardless of their Catholicity. We're not saying to have no Catholic student trustees, but we are saying that they deserve the equal opportunity to run and have access to this opportunity.
Thank you. Trustee Masri Amar, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming today. So my question is, for when you become a student trustee, you need a letter from your parish saying that you are Catholic. So would you guys want to switch that to something else, like a leader from the community, or just take that completely off?
So there was an amendment that was tabled previously, I think it was back in June, where that particular part of the policy would be stricken out. Again, this is up to trustees if they want to replace that with something, like say a principal or a chaplain from within the school who knows the student personally. That would, again, be perfectly acceptable. That's up to the board, though.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Masri Amar, did you have another question?
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trustees, are there any other questions? Seeing that there are none, a response to the delegation will be dealt with under the agenda item 8.1. Thank you very much for your presentation and your time.
Thank you.
We're moving on to 5.2, our second delegation, exams for HCDSB secondary students. The second delegation this evening is from Ms. Lorenko. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and you must stick to the script that is part of tonight's board package agenda. I ask staff to assist me in keeping track of time. At the end of the delegation, there will be an opportunity for trustees to ask clarifying questions. Ms. Lorenko, if you're ready to start, please begin. You have the floor.
Thank you. I have my camera off because I was having some connectivity issues this evening. So just to let you know that. Okay, so my name is Mary Lorenko and I'm the parent of an HCDSB grade 12 student, as well as an HCDSB grad currently in his 3rd year of university. I'll admit I never thought much about the importance of exam writing skills, even as my eldest prepared for university. I became acutely aware of the importance of exam writing skills as my son finished his first university term, not only for academic success, but equally so for mental health. On the day my son was coming home for Christmas holidays after finishing his first term exams, I learned that a student at his school had taken their own life in the early hours of that morning. It shook me up. It is a bittersweet time as your child heads off to a semi-independent life, living away from home for the first time, but I had never thought about him not returning. Yet there was another set of parents facing just that. I read the social media posts from students, some of whom had witnessed one of their peers jump from their building. Many commented on the undue pressure of exams and that no exam should be worth so much, 50% or more of your final mark. I had no idea that exams were worth so much. I've since learned that they can be worth even more sometimes, and in some cases a pass or a certain mark on the final is required to earn the credit, regardless of the overall final grade. That's a lot of pressure. Is it right? Is it the best way to assess the knowledge and skill obtained through a course? I don't think so, but it doesn't matter what I think or what any of us here think. Universities haven't changed this practice even during COVID. In fact, many increased the pressure to combat potential cheating. So whether we agree with these assessment practices or not, the reality is that it is the reality our graduates are facing when they leave this board. We had a really robust discussion on this issue at our final school council meeting last year, and I've also listened in on the discussions at the board table. While it has been implied that HCDSB was returning to its past practices of offering exams at the secondary level, the board has been short on specifics and has not made any specific commitment to doing so. Time is of the essence here as we are more than halfway through the first quadrimester, and I'm getting the sense that exams will not be offered again this year. In defending this position, I've heard a lot of the same talking points over and over again from staff. The first is that not all graduating students pursue a university pathway, and that's fair enough, but many do. And why aren't we concerned about them? I also find it ironic that there has been so much emphasis on de-streaming to ensure that all students have access to all available pathways, including university. In fact, this board recently passed a motion to review the impacts of streaming in HCDSB. Do you really think it's enough to de-stream so that students can attend university if they don't have the necessary skills to be successful when they get there? We also heard at our school council meeting from college graduates that these skills are equally important for college-bound students. It's wrong not to provide students with the skills they need, regardless if it's one student or a group. But the reality is exam writing skills would be beneficial for very many, if not most, of our secondary students. Another common response is that final exams aren't the best way to assess learning. And again, I don't necessarily disagree with that. However, the reality is that many of our graduates are going to face this type of assessment soon after they leave our board. And why wouldn't we want them to be prepared for that? There have been many references as well to Growing Success, the Ministry of Education's 2010 Guide to Assessment, Evaluation, and Reporting. The comments have consistently been that there's no requirement to offer exams and that boards can offer other culminating activities in addition or instead. This completely misses the point. The issue has never been one of compliance. And is it really the goal to do the bare minimum of what the ministry requires? The guidelines have been in place since 2010, yet for as long as I can remember, exams have been given from pretty much all but the hands-on type courses or religion courses for some reason. I can understand that it may have been difficult during the height of the pandemic, especially when everything changed so drastically and unexpectedly overnight. However, we're well past that now, and it is time to move forward. For most students, their high school career is only 4 years, and we are now into the 3rd year of a disrupted or modified schedule. Our grade 12 students haven't written an exam since the first semester of grade 10, and depending on their timetable, they may not have written an exam in a more rigorous course, such as math or science, since grade 9. This is simply not acceptable for students headed to a post-secondary institution upon graduation. Obviously, it was felt that there was some value to offering exams all these years pre-COVID, including since the release of Growing Success in 2010, Why is there suddenly no value in offering exams to our senior high school students at the very least? Perhaps most concerning is the sentiment that it is not the responsibility of the school board to prepare students for university. I was shocked to actually hear this from a staff member. At the October 5th board meeting, Director Daly stood firm against mandating exams for any courses, referring to success in high school and hopefully developing the skills that are needed for post-secondary studies. Hopefully. Really? Is that the best we can do for our students? The Education Act clearly states, quote, "The purpose of education is to provide students with the opportunity to realize their potential and develop into highly skilled, knowledgeable, caring citizens who contribute to society," end quote. Graduating high school for the significantly vast majority of our students is not realizing their potential. By setting this as your end goal, you're letting down the students you have all been hired or elected to serve and failing to fulfill your mandate under the Education Act. It's that simple. Perhaps the most confusing justification I've heard for not offering exams is one of mental health concerns, presumably because exams are stressful and anxiety-inducing for some students, probably most. And I get that, but I also know students who are worried about their post-secondary success in the absence of exam writing opportunities. In fact, I know you've received correspondence from one such student who had also planned to delegate. He withdrew his delegation after being assured that exams would be back this year, yet it is becoming increasingly obvious that that's not the plan, if it ever was. But even for the students who are anxious about exam writing skills, are we really helping them by simply removing the experiences that cause them this angst? This is the equivalent of snowplow parenting, making life easy for our kids by simply removing every obstacle that gets in their way. Shouldn't mental health have a long-term perspective? Shouldn't we be teaching our kids how to cope with the things that cause them stress and anxiety and how to develop resilience? Again, many of these students will have to face exams once they leave this board, a place where they feel safe. The unfortunate reality is that's not the case once they get out into the real world, including post-secondary education. As much progress as there has been in addressing mental health on post-secondary campuses, these issues continue to be a significant problem, and COVID certainly hasn't helped that. Many first-year students find university in particular to be an overwhelming and anxiety-ridden experience, and often feel alone and isolated being away from their family and friends for the first time, while also facing a challenging academic load like nothing they have seen before. Writing several 3-hour exams worth 50% of your mark for the first time is daunting enough. Imagine if you have not written an exam since grade 9. Why would we put our graduates through that? Many other boards are offering exams this year, and some never stopped, even during COVID. The university is highly competitive, and Ontario students are already at a disadvantage to international students in many programs, especially STEM programs. Not providing our students with the exam writing experience or skill development places our students at a disadvantage to many of their Ontario graduate peers as well. Why would we do that? With all of that being said, there are alternative approaches that can be considered that take into account these concerns, including mental health. Exams could be offered for grade 11 and 12 students only this year. Students could write mock exams, or they could be worth a small percentage, such as 5% of their grade. Another alternative, which would provide greater motivation, and something that is seen at post-secondary as well, is to provide a flexible weighting to the final exam. Allow the exam to be worth more if the student does well, and otherwise worth less. This would give students the incentive to work on developing skills without the anxiety of the impact it will if they don't do well. Growing success also provides for professional judgment to be applied in the determination of a student's final mark. The board could also offer exam writing skills workshops to interested students, although I feel this is best done in addition to offering actual exams worth something. In addition to being an assessment tool, the goal is to provide students with the experience and skills they need when they graduate. I was disappointed to hear Director Daly refuse to mandate exams for post-secondary students at the October 5th board meeting. I'm at a loss to understand how last year the board was able to make a board-wide decision to not offer exams, a decision that was made without consulting stakeholders or trustees. Why can't the board now make a different board-wide decision? In June, the board received a recommendation from our school council, Assumption, to consider different ways to address this gap for our students. I've since heard similar concerns from other parents. As previously mentioned, a student had planned to delegate on this matter until he was led to believe that the board was returning to its previous practice of offering exams for this school year. There's no clear plan to address these concerns, and the best I heard at the last board meeting was that exams would be permitted this year, and that hopefully students would develop the skills needed for post-secondary. Why isn't the board responding to these concerns raised by students and parents, including by a school council, which is tasked through the Education Act with making recommendations to the board to improve student achievement? Our students deserve better, and this board has a responsibility to do better. As such, I'm asking trustees to direct the director, to direct staff, to institute final exams for the 2021 to 2022 school year, effective for the first quadrimester, in a manner consistent with pre-COVID years, and/or to provide a report at the next regularly scheduled board meeting as to how senior students will be taught exam writing skills. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. Trustees now may ask 2 questions for clarification purposes. Do we have any trustees who would like to ask a question? Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Lorenko. Mr. Lorenko, I see the phrase where it says, especially STEM programs. Are you saying then that this is more of a concern in the math and sciences and engineering fields?
So that statement is with respect to Ontario students being at a disadvantage, international students.
Okay.
And that statement comes from sort of my experience with my older son. The student in his graduating class who had the top average, which was like 98 point something, didn't get into a very competitive health sciences program. At his school, he's in a double degree, but one of his degrees is math. And his professor has expressed frustration at Ontario students not learning the same amount of maths as students coming internationally, and that those students are at a disadvantage. And my son has certainly experienced that feeling of being behind these international students. So what I'm saying is there's already a bit of a disadvantage there. And if we, we're creating more of a disadvantage by not providing an opportunity to learn this skill as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenko.
Trustee O'Brien, do you have another question?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Carabelli, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lorenko, for your presentation. I'm wondering if you've heard from students. Are they aware, or have they been told what kind of final assessments they're going to be having for this quadrimester?
So what I've heard again from my own son, that he doesn't know, the teachers haven't said, or the teachers don't know. And I have heard from another parent, their child was told that there would be no exam. So at best, there seems to be a lot of uncertainty. I also had heard that they would be told, the teachers said that they would know by Thanksgiving weekend. So when nobody knew by Thanksgiving, it was kind of assumed. I have not heard of any course providing an exam, and what I have heard would indicate a lot of uncertainty and probably not exams. I don't think anybody's expecting them at this point, seems to be the feeling.
Trustee Carabelli, do you have another question?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lorenko, I was just curious, when you talk about mandating exams, is it your hope that exams are now mandated for every secondary school subject?
My recommendation would be for the courses that had them in the past. So my understanding is religion didn't have them, and most phys ed courses, tech courses, arts courses, those types of hands-on courses, although I understand some tech courses did have them. I would just say to return to past practice would be my thought.
Trustee Bowie, do you have another question?
No, thank you so much.
Are there any other trustees who would like to speak to this matter or ask a question, sorry? Call one more time. Seeing that there are none. Thank you very much, Ms. Lorenko. A response to the delegation will be dealt with under agenda item 8.1.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 6, approval of the minutes of October the 5th, 2021 regular board meeting. Are there any errors, additions, or deletions to the minutes? Seeing that there are none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of October 5th, 2021 regular board meeting?
Moved O'Brien.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, a seconder. Vice Chair Duarte. We'll go to recorded vote. Trustee Intomasi.
Against, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabello.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Turnata.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Masri Amar.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
Abstain.
Vice Chair Duarte.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo.
Favor.
Trustee Murphy's in favor, so the motion carries. Item 7, business arising from previous minutes. The summary of outstanding items from previous meetings chart has been provided for your information. Action items 8.1, response to delegations. In accordance with our bylaws and policy I-06, delegations to the board, we have 4 options. Trustees may move a motion to, number 1, receive the delegation as information. Number 2, defer the matter to a future meeting. Number 3, request a staff report on this matter to be considered at a future meeting. Number 4, make a decision today on this matter. I will now open the floor to any trustee who may want to put a motion on the floor on how to proceed with the first delegation. Trustee Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to actually put a motion on the floor to request a report, and I have some specifics on what I'd like to see in that report with respect to the first delegation.
Okay, can you read the motion?
For sure. So be it resolved that the Director of Education and the Secretary of the Board obtain a legal opinion specifically around the legalities of having non-Catholic student trustees on our Board of Trustees. Are there legal implications for not allowing or conversely for allowing non-Catholic students to run for and possibly win a student trustee position at the HCDSB? ? The opinion should be sought from legal counsel not affiliated with OXTA or our board to elicit the most objective opinion as possible. Be it further resolved that the legal opinion be brought back to the Board of Trustees no later than the next regularly scheduled board meeting. I can put it in the chat for you, Rosie. Oh, okay, sure. I can send it through email.
Do we have a seconder for this motion?
I'll second the motion, Trustee Guzzo.
Seconded by Trustee Guzzo. Okay, Trustee Agnew, you have the floor to open debate.
Oh, okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. We've been speaking about this off and on for over a year or so. We've heard multiple delegations on this matter. I have expressed my personal position with respect to looking to allow our non-Catholic students to have the opportunity, the equal opportunity to run for a student trustee position. There has been some concern from some of my fellow trustees with respect to what that might look like from a legal perspective. And so I think as an excellent first step, it might be to just actually get that legal opinion so that we can hear one way or the other as to, like I said in the motion, the specific legalities, not an argument about the future of Catholic education, but just simply on the legalities around allowing non-Catholic students to run for a student trustee position. And again, I believe that if we are going to have non-Catholic students in our secondary system, we're happy to have them have their tax dollars directed to us, to have their GSN. We need to allow for equal opportunities for all of our students. And we know that the Student Senate was unanimous in their support for this. So I'd like to see us take the first step, and that's the reason for my motion. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Could you put it in the chat box just so we can put it up and
I'm doing it right now. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we started a speakers list for this motion, and so Trustee Carabella and Trustee DeRosa, you both had your hand up. Trustee Carabella, is it to be on the speakers list for this motion, or was it regarding another matter?
I was going to suggest another motion, so it's not to do with this right now.
Okay, Trustee DeRosa, I think you have your hand up again, so I'm assuming it's for this matter. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was for my comments on this particular motion, and I did press the trigger twice. So what I'd like to, am I on a timer right now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. I certainly won't use all of them. Very simply, I, like everyone else around the table, has heard the appeals numerous times on this issue. I think this is an important issue, and certainly our student body must be included as much as we can in our processes. So it's I don't mean to be exclusionary, but I mean to be realistic in terms of what we have in the front of us right now. What I'm being asked for as a trustee with this motion is to actually make preempt a decision of the court. That will come when it will come, and that is ultimately the decision that will prevail. And we will be either inviting non-Catholic student trustees or not. For us to take the initiative to make a decision ahead of time, I think is ill-advised. It is premature. And potentially, we will have a decision that we make today that may have to be reversed in order to comply to court rulings. So for that reason, Mr. Chair, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Trustee Agnew for bringing this forward. I think that this is a step in the right direction. Our students have spoken loudly, they've spoken clearly. We have now parents coming to us saying that we need to be listening to our students. And I think that is one thing that we need to not forget is that is our number one role, is we're here to represent all students, not just those that we choose to represent, but every single one of them. And this is a step in the right direction. So thank you very much, Trustee Agnew, for bringing this forward. And thank you to those that delegated tonight. It was much needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Any other trustees who'd like to speak to this matter? Seeing that there are none, oh, Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to say that, as was presented in the delegation earlier, the court case in York Catholic is not a court case determining the legality or whether allowing non-Catholic student trustees is a violation of denominational rights. The court case is determining whether disallowing non-Catholic trustees is a violation of human rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which means that, as presented in the delegation, the decision will either be that it is unconstitutional and that we will have to then allow non-Catholic student trustees to join our board, or that it is not unconstitutional and then the decision is left up to us once more. I think, on behalf of all students, that this motion presented in front of us isn't even changing the policy or amending the policy. It's another step in the direction of making that decision. So I don't see why trustees should feel hesitation surrounding this. Again, it's just seeking another legal opinion. So I think, and I will say this on behalf of the students, that I know that this is what the students want, and I know that this is the right decision for our board.
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Up next on the speakers list, we have Vice Chair Dewar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Very powerful there. I just have a comment, and I look at this motion here. It is basically asking for information And I am very careful with this, with making decisions because they always have implications. But I look at this motion here and it's asking for more information, and I'm not averse to receiving that information. I'll be very explicit and say for the record that I'm hearing the student of our student body most willing to work with our student trustees directly on this matter too, and I will support this.
Thank you. Trustee Ahern-Chernato, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to thank Trustee Agnew for bringing this step forward. It is a step, in my opinion, in the right direction. I'll say it before and I'll say it again. Doing nothing is not an option at this point, to my fellow trustees. So if we have some trustees that are a little bit nervous about making a decision, I think this will help us come to some sort of conciliatory decision on this matter at one point. So I thank Trustee Agnew. I think it is a step forward. Will it cost us some money? Yes, it will. But we've spent a lot of more money on other things. So I think this is the right thing to do, and I will totally be supporting it at this time.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, you've already had your 3 minutes of debate. Do you have a question? Trustee DeRosa, do you have a question? Not sure, maybe we lost Trustee DeRosa. We can see he's still on. Oh, you're there, Trustee DeRosa? Yeah, we have a bad connection, Trustee DeRosa. We have a Trustee DeRosa. We have a bad connection. You're cutting. We can barely hear. You're cutting in and out. It shows Trustee DeRosa's mic is off, but I wonder if that's just a loop that's.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Trustee O'Brien.
He's in the mountains in the Laurentians. I wonder if he could just type his question in. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. Trustee DeRosa, given your poor connection, could you type your question in the chat box?
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chair?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now. So as I mentioned previously, sorry, you had debated already. So if you have a question, please go ahead with your question.
No, I don't have a question. I was trying to resolve the technical issues. I had problems hearing the voices of everyone else, not chiming in with my own voice. So if the problems disappeared, that's fine.
You're quite clear now. It's for good connection now. Thank you. So nobody else wishes to speak. Trustee Agnew, you have the floor to close.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have. I've made my position quite clear, and we've had multiple conversations around this. So I think the motion speaks for itself. Thank you for the opportunity to present it.
Thank you. So we'll go to a recorded vote. Trustee Carabello.
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien.
Opposed.
Trustee Ahern-Chernato.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Masri Amara.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'm opposed, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Duarte.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi.
I'm against.
And Trustee Murphy is in favor, so the motion carries. Moving on to our second delegation, Trustee Carabella, I believe you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did want to put a motion forward in response to Ms. Lowenko's presentation, delegation. So I move to ask for a staff report about how students are currently being helped to develop exam writing skills, and for staff to outline final assessment plans by course for grade 11 and grade 12 courses.
Okay, can we have a seconder?
I will second, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Trustee DeRosa. While it's being typed on the screen, Trustee Carabella, you can open debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quite briefly, there has, and Ms. Lowenko outlined very much concerns of a lot of parents and students. There's been confusion, uncertainty, and misinformation about the assessments, the final assessments. I do feel that we're a bit late to add in exams, which would be ideal, but we would need some teacher feedback and other things. But I'm proposing this so that we at least will find out what the final assessments will be for this term, and I think it can give a good idea of how our students will be prepared to know what these assessments, especially for, as I say in the motion, for grade 11 and grade 12 in preparation for post-secondary or college or life. So it's what parents have been asking for, and students themselves probably want to know. So it would have to be also for the next board meeting to be presented. I should add that in the motion as well for the next board meeting. So I should read it again because it didn't get all written out. So
yes, please, if you could.
Yeah. Thank you. Resolved that Halton Catholic District School Board request a staff report about how students are currently being helped to develop exam writing skills, and for staff to outline final assessment plans by course for grade 11 and grade 12 courses.
Okay, thank you. So on the speakers list, we have Trustee O'Brien, Trustee Agnew, and Trustee Bowie, Trustee O'Hearn-Chernota. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Actually, my hand was for another response to the delegation, so I will cede my hand at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just, I guess I have a question for Trustee Carabella, just to clarify her motion, and then I'll have a follow-up for Director Daly. So Trustee Carabella, when you say, okay, so the first part I understand what's being done to develop exam writing skills. When you say for staff to outline final assessment plans by course for grade 11 and 12 courses, are you speaking about senior staff? Are you talking about every single teacher in our secondary system who's teaching grade 11 and 12 course? I'm just trying to understand, because each teacher is going to have their own, I would assume, their own final assessment plans. So I'm just wondering if your request is to have every single staff submit that information, or what exactly you're looking for with that second point, if you don't mind.
Do I have the floor, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sorry, Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So as I've been listening to conversations, it's about the subject councils and department heads make decisions. Director Daly can clarify, but what I would be expecting is, well, across the secondary level in grade 11 and 12, that the math going to have an exam? Is math going to have a culminating project? Or maybe a half, is some of the suggestions that Ms. Luenko had about exams being a mock exam or one not worth as much. So that could be outlined, the science, the English, the geography, something like that. Thank you.
Trustee Agnew, do you have a second question?
I do. Thank you, Trustee Carabella. So perhaps then through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Daly, I'm actually wondering if Director Daly could speak to, I would imagine that he would have information on some of the requests that has been put in this motion, and perhaps Director Daly could speak to some of that at this point. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm wondering if you could speak to some of these items to the best of your knowledge right now.
Director Daly, you have the floor.
I guess I'm maybe not 100% understanding the question. So is the question, Trustee Agnew, could I talk about what we're currently doing, or what those final assessment plans or the parameters that we came up with are currently in place? Or are you asking me if I understand the motion?
No, so I'm confident you understand the motion. So I think what I'm looking for is, and we did speak a little bit about exams at our previous meeting, but looking to see if, could you answer a question right now with respect to, what our teachers are doing to assist our students with their exam writing skills, and could you speak to what it's looking like currently for some of these final assessment plans for grade 11 and 12 courses?
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank
you. So maybe a little bit of background. So when we started to look at return to school planning back in the summer, we had an initial group made up of senior staff, of curriculum staff, spec ed staff, student success staff, and school administrators, and they worked throughout July to bring some recommendations to the group in August. Trustee Carabella talked about subject councils, and subject councils have been mentioned quite a few times, and just so everyone's aware of what a subject council is. So at the secondary level, we would have a subject council for math, for science, for moderns, for phys ed, for Canadian World Studies. Subject council is made up of all of the department heads in that particular subject area. So all of the math department heads from our high schools. Subject council also has a secondary school administrator on it, a principal or vice principal. Subject council also has a superintendent sit on it as well, including myself. I do sit on one subject council as well. So subject councils provided that feedback back to senior staff over the course of the summer. I think the first board meeting back, or certainly the second one, we did indicate that for our secondary students, their final mark would be determined both by a term mark and a final evaluation. So 70% of the mark would come from term work, in-class work, and then 30% would be one of an exam, a culminating task, a performance, or a combination of both. So it could be part of partially an exam, partially a culminating activity. So that's the direction that was given back to schools, that those were the recommendations that came from our subject councils. So in terms of Trustee Carabella's ask, I guess, in terms of what's happening in math and science and geography, I think we could provide that information. On top of that, there's also an expectation that we've communicated to schools that in senior college and university courses, so grade 11 and 12, and mixed level college courses and university courses, students would be given an opportunity to learn effective test-taking strategies, study habits, opportunity to practice those skills and receive feedback. Students will also be given the opportunity to participate in a timed assessment, so that could be kind of a traditional unit test or a multi-unit unit test to help build those necessary skills. And release time has been or will be provided for our department heads to help them both with some of that skill building activity as well as final assessments.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say that to offer a little bit of the student perspective, I think concerning exams, the student body is fairly divided on whether they would rather have exams or not. I've heard both from students. I've heard some students who are on the fence, but the main concern that I've heard is the confusion, and that many students simply don't know if they're going to have exams. They would be fine with it either way. They just want clarity regarding that decision. So I know I can't amend this motion as a student trustee, but I would like to potentially suggest an amendment to this motion to strike out currently being helped, about how students are currently being helped to develop exam writing skills, because I think that varies on a largely teacher to teacher wide basis, and just focus this motion on collecting the information as to what final assessments are happening in each course, and to be able to get that information out to our students as quickly as possible. I'd also recommend that this amendment is or that this motion is amended to include all of our secondary school students, because yes, while potentially the merits of exams are more important or more hotly debated for grade 11 and 12 students, we still do have grade 9 and 10 students who do not know what exams are going to be occurring. So if we could focus this motion on just getting that information out to students, I think that would be probably in the best interest of our student body.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
Yes, Trustee O'Brien.
It's my understanding that students cannot bring forth amendments.
That's correct. I think it was meant to be a suggestion, not an actual amendment.
Thank you.
Yes, I did that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Trustee O'Hearn-Turnauta, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. As this primarily is an operational issue, and the head of operations is Director Daly, I'd like to pose my question to Director Daly. So pre-COVID, I know seems like it was 25 years ago, at least it does to me. But what is is there a primary difference between assessments at the end of the term now as opposed to pre-COVID assessments? Is there a huge difference, or is it the same thing that we did pre-COVID?
Director Daly, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Because, as it was noted in the delegation, last year we did not have final exams. Because of the nature of the way the school year was really divided up, the assessments or final evaluations that took place would have been somewhat different. So kind of that formal written exam of an hour and a half or 2 hours wouldn't have been the practice last year. Having some kind of course culminating activity or course performance task has been pretty common kind of across the board for the last 10 years. The way that we did some of our assessments last year, I think, to be honest with you, were beneficial both for our students and also beneficial in moving our staff forward. I think there was lots of good practice that our staff implemented last year that we would like to see continue. Keeping in mind that, the primary goal of assessment is to improve student learning, to give students a chance to demonstrate learning, give them feedback, and then let them have another go at it. So I think some of the, I guess I would say, advances we made in terms of assessment practices last year out of necessity were really ones that we've been trying to implement for a number of years. And that's not to say that we've kind of wiped the slate clean, but I think the common aspect pre-COVID to COVID was the input of our subject councils around how they felt they could best support students and B, support students in their learning with regards to what those final evaluations would look like. So as was noted earlier on, different subject areas had different final assessments. Some had a combination of exam, culminating performance. Some had no exams. It really depended on the nature of the course and the feedback that we had both from our teachers, our consultants, and our administrators. So listening to their feedback and input as people in the classroom with our students every day, that certainly isn't new.
Trustee O'Hearn-Ternata, do you have a follow-up?
I do. And because I am a school board trustee, I am allowed to make an amendment. So I'll be making an amendment to this motion based upon what I heard from student trustee Tokiwa. So I would like to make an amendment that speaks like resolve that the Halton Catholic District School Board request a staff report for the next regularly scheduled board meeting, strike out about how students are currently being helped to develop exam writing skills, and for staff to outline final assessment plans by subject matter for grades 9, 10, 11, and 12. Because I believe it sounds like there might be some sort of a communication issue, and if this will help to rectify that and give everyone a clearer picture of what's going to happen at the end of the term, I really want to be in support of that.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second, Trustee Guzzo.
Vice Chair Duarte seconded, so Trustee O'Hearn-Ternata moved amendment. So we'll have a new speakers list started for this amendment. So Trustee O'Hearn-Ternata, as it is written, is your intention, and we can start debate on that. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me just take a quick read so I can confirm that. No, that's exactly my intention right there. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a new speakers list. So I see on the list Vice Chair Duarte, Trustee Guzzo, Trustee Tokiwa, Trustee Carabella. On our original speakers list, just so people are aware, there is left Trustee O'Brien, DeRosa, Guzzo, Tokiwa, Masri Amar, and Intomasi. Sorry, Trustee O'Hearn-Ternata, you have the floor to open.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'll be very brief. Just based upon what I'm listening to tonight, one that I've already spoken to about communication issues. So, there's nothing wrong with explaining to all of our different students in all different grades what the plans are. If it's a little bit gray, then it's really our job to make it a little clearer. And I'm sure that our staff will make it crystal clear for all of our students and parents and anyone else who's interested on how their students will be assessed at the end of the term. So that's really the end of my communication on that.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Duarte, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, yes, I fully agree that grade 9 to 12 should be in that. However, I have one concern about the exam writing skills, and Director Daly did talk about that in the past. I just want to make sure that we have covered that base with all staff and students. So Director Daly, could you just confirm that the exam writing skills will be covered once again? I know you have said it in the past, but just want to confirm that it's going to be conveyed to all the staff and students will be fully aware of that.
And I don't want to read notes, but I will, so I'll read the direction that was given to schools. There's an expectation that in senior college and university, grade 11 and 12, mixed college and university level courses, students will be given an opportunity to learn effective test-taking strategies and study habits, have the opportunity to practice these skills and receive feedback. Students will also be given the opportunity to participate in timed assessments to help build the necessary skills for post-secondary.
Thank you, Vice Chair Duarte. Do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you, Director Daly.
You're welcome.
Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy that that this amendment was brought forward because I think it's important to say assessment plans. Exams only work for a certain group of students. They don't work for all students. Exams are very one-dimensional and they're not reflective of a student's real capability and what they are capable of learning and doing and succeeding. I also think that we're in what week are we in? Week 7. And if anything is going to come forward in regards to changing what we've already started, I'm not sure how we consider that to be equitable for all of our students, because we can't make any changes right now. There's 10 weeks per quadmester. We know that we have 2 quadmesters already. So even if we are able to revert back to a normal semester, then we're not affording the same opportunity for students that have taken these courses these first 2 terms as they are in the later of the semester. So I think we need to, this is a conversation that we should have had earlier if that was the way we were going to go. I think we all need to be mindful of it. And I also think we need to be mindful that the teachers are the ones who know how their students learn best. And that's why we have IEPs. That's why we have students who identify differently, because they have different learning needs. And exams, once again, very much, and I'm going to shoot myself when I say this, EQAO, the results are very one-dimensional. They're not a real reflection necessarily. So I'm glad that it says final assessment plans as opposed to simply just talking about exams.
Thank you. Next we have Trustee Tokiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to express my support for this motion. As a student myself, I'm currently in data management, and we're working on our culminating right now. We do it halfway through the quadmester just because of the way it's laid out. And we don't know how much it's worth because we don't know if we're having an exam. And we ask our teacher every day, basically, are we going to have an exam? He says, I'll let you know when I find out. So he still has no idea, and we're doing a culminating, and we don't know if it's going to be worth 15%, 30%, 10%, 20%. And I think that just having that information on will we be writing exams or will we not be, what will we be doing in replacement for it, I think that would be really, really helpful as soon as possible, because things are really coming to an end in this quadmester already. So we really do need that information as soon as possible to make it an equal opportunity for every student, every quadmester.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Student Trustee Takuya, for the amendment and for your suggestion to include grades 9, 10, 11, and 12. For sure, that was on my mind as well, but I just thought that 11 and 12 are crucial, but actually they all are, as you suggested. And now I'm the part about helping to develop exam writing skills, I don't think it's so overwhelming that it cannot be included in the motion. I don't know if we can vote on each of those sections separately because they're quite different. I wanted to know, like, if as student Tokia was saying that, they're not sure if they're having an exam or culminating. So for those people, students who didn't have an exam, who will be told there is no exam, will they be helped to prepare for exams, their exam skills? So I would still like to keep that in there, although of course the main thing is that the grade 9, 10s, 11s, and 12s get their information as soon as possible, and then also for us to receive it as a board. So I guess my question, Chair Murphy, would be, are we voting on this as one amendment with those two, the addition and the elimination, or would we do a vote on the elimination and then a vote on the addition?
So I will ask for an opinion by Parliamentary Kapoor, but it can be divided if they can stand, if it's two separate issues that can stand on their own merit. But it's a strikeout. So that's where I'll ask Parliamentary Kapoor for his advice on being able to vote on the two separate parts of the strikeouts and the additions differently.
Good evening, Chair. looking at it, I believe the two portions can stand alone. So it sounds like Trustee Carabella would wish to vote separately on the first part, which is from striking out the word about to inserting the word asking. And the second part would be the second set of changes by subject matter all the way down to the end of the motion. Actually, Amanda, I would make asking in yellow as well. I believe that that is what Trustee Carabella is requesting, is to divide it into those two areas. And I believe that that would be, that can be separated that way, if I'm captured her intent correctly.
Okay, so we'll just get Trustee Carabella to confirm that is the request, and if that is the request, then that's how we'll proceed when it is time to vote. Trustee Carabella, is that your intention?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So when it is time to vote, we will vote on the two changes separately. And did you, Trustee Carabella, did you have another question? We have some other people on the speakers list, so we'll continue if not.
I forgot my other question. Go ahead, and then I'll put myself. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Trustee Masri Amar, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So shockingly, as we come to a close of the quad semester, my school has told us what our plans are for our final assessment and for accommodating. So at this point, would the school still be able to change this, what they've said, and put for us, or because we're set to have them on November 9th and 10th, so they're the last days of school. So I guess for Director Daly, would they still be able to change them and take them away, or is that already set for us?
I didn't hear the first part.
Could you repeat your question? He didn't hear the first part.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm wondering, because we have been told what our tests are going to be and what our exams and culminatings are going to be worth for our classes at my school. So I was just wondering if they can still take that away from us or change it at this point.
Director Daly, you have the floor.
It's a little. I'm assuming that the subject areas that you're writing exams in are following the recommendations of their subject council, so that shouldn't change.
Trustee Masri Amar, do you have another question?
Yeah, they are, and no, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. Up next, we have Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This motion is a response to a delegation. The delegation is called Exams for HCDSB Secondary Students. Again, it's a response to this delegation. The title is called Exams for HCDSB Secondary Students. The whole delegation is about how we need to prepare students for university. We're not giving exams. And yet this amendment strikes out the very subject of the delegation. So to me, this is not even germane to the subject. So,
okay. Sorry, do you have a question, or is that just your opinion?
Well, it's a debate, Mr. Chair. That's what I'm saying. Like, this amendment is not even germane. I can't see why trustees are even thinking about this. The subject of exams has not even been dealt with. So I'm asking trustees to please think this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ntabasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Secretary Daly. How many subject councils do we have?
That's a good question, Trustee Ntabasi. We have one for each of our departments. I'm going to say there are 9, it's either 9 or 10 department heads in each secondary school. But maybe Superintendent Kroll, you can correct me on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was going to say 9. I'm just pulling it up right now. If you give me a second, I can put that in the chat for you.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Trustee Tomasi, do you have a follow-up?
Can I continue on with my follow-up?
Yes, please go ahead.
So is each of the superintendent that's responsible for the councils present here tonight?
I believe they probably are. Yep.
Okay, good. So can we have each superintendent report on what their individual subject council decided when this issue came to their attention?
Maybe. Superintendent Kroll, would we be able to give that information back? I can talk about the subject council that I sit on, because I know what their final decision was. And I believe there was only two subject councils, two subject councils that have come back to say that they were giving some form of exam, written exam in some of their courses, probably their senior level courses. I'm not sure, Jeff, if you could respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, the superintendents for those subject councils should be able to. I know that there has been some dialogue about that with our subject councils. There was communication out to schools last week to sort of make sure that we're confirming with our subject councils, our department heads are confirming with teachers in their departments so they know whether there's going to be exams or culminating. I could certainly speak to science as the one that I sit on. I don't know if I could speak to all of the subject councils so I don't sit on them.
No, I would actually, so my question was very precise. I would like to hear from each superintendent that represented a subject council on what the decision was of each subject council that they represent on this particular subject matter.
So where do you want to start? Let's start with Superintendent Kroll.
Sure. So for science, the decision was made for courses for 9 through 12 that they would be having a culminating activity as their final assessment.
Director Daly, do you want to go through the list, Director Daly?
Maybe it's easier to go by subject area. So business studies and arts.
Who's the superintendent for that?
Yeah, thanks, Trustee Antomasi. I don't know off the top of my head each superintendent for each subject area. So I'm going to call out the subject area and then have the superintendent speak up if that's okay.
That's fine. Perfect.
Okay, so business studies and the arts.
Thank you, Director Daly. It's Superintendent Donalfo. Trustee Antomasi, so the subject council, because arts and business of how it's set up, so the arts courses would continue to do culminating. The business courses discussion was culminating for most of the courses. Where they were debating about was the accounting courses. Since direction was provided to the subject councils last week through Superintendent Kroll, they have since decided that they will do all culminating with timed assessments throughout the 70% of the course.
Thank you.
Canadian World Studies.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Superintendent Cordero. The collective response from the Canadian World Studies Subject Council was that courses grades 9 to grade 12 would have a course culminating activity as their final assessment.
So is that a yes, Mr. Superintendent Cordero, to exam?
No to exams, exclusively course culminating activities for courses grades 9 to 12.
Thank you.
English ESL Moderns.
Thank you, Director Daly, and good evening, Trustee Antomasi. For the final 30%, they can have a culminating performance task or a combination of a culminating performance task and a final exam. And while there's no requirement of an exam, there's an expectation that students in the U or M level courses have an opportunity to practice and participate in a timed assessment. The English Moderns and ELL courses will be doing a culminating only.
The other subject council guidance co-op career education, they wouldn't typically have a final exam in those courses. I sit on health and phys ed. In health and phys ed, there will be in the grade 12 U-level course, the final evaluation is a combination of a culminating assessment or culminating activity and a written exam.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Math.
So again, it's Superintendent Cordero. I sat on the Math Subject Council for this first meeting. Superintendent Del Sardo will assume those responsibilities moving forward. The decision made by the Subject Council was for courses grades 9 to 12 to be exclusively course culminating activities as their final assessment, no exams.
Religion, social science, and humanities.
Hi, that's me. It's Lori Narr. The discussions around there were around a 30% culminating activity with no exam for both religion and for humanities, and providing timed assessment practice for students throughout the term.
Thank you, Superintendent Narr.
I think Jeff mentioned science. Tech studies, computer science.
I can answer that one, as that would have been Superintendent McGillicuddy. So I did speak to the curriculum consultant for that, and they are moving with 30% culminatings for that, along with timed assessments in the course.
And our other subject council is special education. So I think for courses specific to spec ed credit bearing courses, traditionally it's been culminating activities as opposed to exams. I don't know if there's anything to add to that. Superintendent Ballo?
Through you, Chair, and to Director Daly, I would agree with what you've just stated around it's typically culminating, and with regards to our special education students, they would be integrated with all other subject areas and the determinations made there.
Is that all of them, Director Daly?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to address some trustee concerns that have been expressed over the part of this motion that I suggested concerning removing the helping to develop exam writing skills section. So the reason why I suggested striking this out was because it's, in my view, just to give you all a little bit of insight, like in my current courses, we're scheduled to write exams in 2 to 3 weeks. So the reason that I'm asking for this is just in the interest of time and clarity of communication. I think if we focus before the end of this quadmester on just getting this information on a course by course basis out to students so that it is abundantly clear as to what is happening, it will serve our students better than if we mix it in the report with a report based on a teacher by teacher basis on what is being done to help develop exam writing skills, if that's anticipated to be done in greater detail than as to what Director Daly has already previously told the board here tonight. And I definitely would not be opposed to having a motion to request a staff report on how exam writing skills are being developed following this quadmester and using that to inform our decisions following the end of this term. However, I do believe that if it is included with this information, I just, in the interest of clarity and for our students, I would just like to have this information available and easily accessible to all of our students and parents, because I think that that's the most important thing at this point. And addressing exam writing skills might create some confusion and might create some more debate surrounding this idea, which, as Director Daly already said, it is quite late to change that at this point, and many students aren't prepared to write an exam at this point if that does change based on the recommendations. So I do believe that, yes, addressing potentially a further investigation into exam writing
skills at a later date would be beneficial to our student body, but it is of my position that in the interest of clarity and communication, that this report be limited to outlining those final assessment plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, this report would come in for the November 2nd. I think that students would be told prior to actually getting this report. So this report can include exam writing skills, how students will be taught exam writing skills. That will be of interest for us in November 2nd. And in particular, because I've heard now that all of these are culminating. I think there was only one that suggested that there was going to be a bit of an exam, an option. So I have to admit I'm a little distressed because with school updates and you know, this student council request from Assumption and this other presentations and this boys request, and my impression was that we would have some exams. I didn't really expect to hear no exams coming forward except that one. Is there a reason why that this has happened, that everyone's chosen culminating assignments, and even in math an exam wasn't chosen, or science, which are typically a little bit easier to understand that those courses have exams?
Director Daly, who'd be best to answer that question?
I mean, I can start. I think Trustee Carabella and the Board of Trustees, those conversations and decisions have been made in concert with our subject area specialists, our department heads. I think it's a reflection of a kind of a fractured year last year in terms of being in and out of school. I think it's a reflection, a desire as we come back to school for our teachers to really kind of lean into welcoming kids back, seeing where they're at, trying to build on some good practices from last year, trying to devote as much class time to developing some of those overall expectations that we need to really focus on in a quadmester format. You know, despite the fact that the class length or the amount of time in class is relatively the same as a regular semester, the nature of a 150-minute block every day over 10 weeks really means that teachers need to focus in on what's really important in their curriculum. So I think it's a reflection of a desire to really work with students and focus on assessment practices that they're able to give good feedback to kids in order to ensure they have a successful semester. Superintendent Kroll could probably offer some more around some of those conversations that happened within the return to school planning work group.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it really was in conversation and in good conversation with our subject experts, with our subject councils. The experience that they had last year and having students work through culminating activities, they didn't feel that, they felt that test taking skills, which is what we're talking about here. We're talking about test taking skills, the ability to study, organize information, to consolidate information, to make sure that students know how to study effectively. They felt that that could be done during the course of the semester. They felt that the products that students produced through culminating performance tasks, they felt that the quality was quite high. They felt they gave a true picture of what a student sort of knew and was able to do. They felt there was high level of engagement in that final task that we don't always see with a traditional exam. It is open-ended, so it allows for students to come from multiple entry points depending on their level of ability. It's an opportunity to integrate prior knowledge, skills. It's based on real world and authentic tasks. So the feedback that we got was that, Trustee Carabella, that they were proud of the work that they did last year. They felt that it did a service to students, and they felt that some of those things that we needed to do to get them ready for post-secondary could be covered throughout the course of the quadmester without the need for a formal exam.
Thank you, Superintendent Kroll. So we're kind of getting away from the amendment, and we're getting information that this amendment would bring, and we're asking questions regarding that. So I think we should refocus on the amendment as it is in front of us and the specifics of what this amendment is asking for. And there is still Trustee O'Brien and Tomasi and Bowie in the speakers queue. So unless you have specific questions about this amendment, I would suggest that that we allow Trustee O'Hearn-Trudeau to close debate, and then we would vote on the amendment separately. So Trustee O'Brien, do you have a question regarding the amendment?
I do, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to direct I would like to direct the question to our parliamentarian, if you don't mind.
You would like to ask a question for me to direct to the parliamentarian? Okay.
About this amendment.
Okay, please go ahead.
No, wait, I'm sorry. So before I ask it, so is now that part's, my question is this, Parliamentarian Kapoor, this motion, original motion, is a response to a delegation. That's what it is. The delegation is called Exams for HCSDB Secondary Students. The entire delegation is about how our students are not prepared for post-secondary because we're not writing exams. So my question, and the amendment itself, it strikes out that entire subject body, which is what the delegation is about. So my question to Parliamentary Kapoor is this amendment germane to the motion that was put forward?
Well, it's your question should be, is it in order?
Okay, it's in order. Sure.
Yeah. So Parliamentary Kapoor, can you offer your opinion?
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair, first.
Yes, Trustee Guzzo, what's your point of order?
And it may end up going back to Parliamentary Kapoor, but I believe we dealt with this one time. And it was decided at the board table that this could be done, where it's not specific to the questions and the motions aren't specific to the delegation. I can get the meeting date, but I know that it was appealed and overruled. So I believe it set kind of the stage for moving forward.
That's my recollection also, but since we've called on Parliamentary Kapoor, I think it would be just as quick to have him answer the question for us.
Well, actually, Chair, I was going to say that this is properly a question to you, as it's a matter of discretion. It's whether the remainder of the motion regarding final assessment plans is connected to the idea of exam preparation. And that's a matter of, as I said, of discretion, and that falls under your purview as chair. It sounds like you were that the definition is open enough of whether it's linked to the presentation, from what you and the trustee just discussed. But that's your ruling.
My ruling would be that final assessment plans could entail tests, and it is germane. I understand your point, Trustee O'Brien. If the first part is removed, the exam writing skills, then it somewhat changes the content. But since we're voting them on them separately, it would be hard for me to rule that way.
So we are going to, point of privilege, we are going to vote on them separately, correct?
That's what the request was, and our bylaws state that if one trustee requests that, that's the way we are to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Trustee Intomasi, do you have a question regarding the amendment?
Well, my question relates back to this particular motion. So it's information in order for us to come to the conclusion whether we're going to vote, how we're going to vote to this particular amended motion. So if you would give me the opportunity to ask Secretary Daly again, when did the subject councils visit this particular question of how students were going to be assessed?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The original subject council sought feedback from subject councils in the first 2 weeks in September.
Okay, so now we're in October. Have things changed? And when I ask if things have changed, is there perhaps more interest, especially for students that are in grade 12, that are anxious about going to university and want to prepare themselves in the best manner possible, that are seeking to want to write an exam so as to practice?
I'm not sure what you mean by has that changed for students? Probably not. Okay. I'm sure there are some students who would have been nervous about it, over the course of the summer or thinking about their final year in school. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you're getting feedback from the teachers that there are and department heads and hence principals and vice principals that perhaps our grade 12s are maybe a little bit anxious and they're thinking in terms of wanting to practice writing exams simply because they are moving on to university.
Yeah, that's a good point, Trustee Antomasi. So as I said, we subject councils met in the first couple of weeks in September. We took that feedback back to our secondary administrators at our school administrator meeting in mid-September and shared that information with them on whole. So I think I would say that both administrators and department heads have had ample time to provide feedback.
Thank you. So we will close debate on this amendment. Trustee Ahern-Chernata, you have the floor to close if you wish.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Trustee Carabello for bringing it forward because, you know, I asked my fellow trustees in the spirit of collaboration. I think we've collaborated on this motion. In response to not being germane, I just need to say my piece there is that the delegation was that we were not providing exams. So as we heard through Trustee Antomasi's request verbally, there maybe is not a lot of exams, but there are a few. So this request is just to get information to put on paper and communicate to everybody what we're actually doing by subject matter. So that is the intent of the amendment. And I hope that my fellow trustees will see the spirit of that, and including a couple extra grades for extra communication. I really can't see that being a negative thing. So I ask you to vote in favor, and that's it.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I just request that we copy and paste the section that we are voting on?
Well, it's color coded, so we're voting strictly on the amendment. So the first vote would be the strikeout in yellow. That's going to be the first subject that we're voting on. Okay. So we'll call.
Sorry, Chair, it's
voting to strike it out
here.
Yeah. So yes, Parliamentary Kapoor.
I believe the first one is all the part that's in yellow and the word asking. The first word.
Okay, so
green.
asking is also in yellow?
Yeah, so I think what you're doing is you're striking out all the part in yellow and replacing it with the word asking. That way it still makes grammatical sense.
Okay. So it'd be striking out in yellow and adding the word asking is the first vote. Is everybody clear on that? Okay, so we will go to a recorded vote. Trustee O'Brien?
Opposed.
Opposed. Trustee Ahern-Chernata?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Masri Amar?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Agnew? Trustee Agnew? We'll come back to Trustee Agnew. Trustee DeRosa?
I'm opposed, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Dewar?
Opposed.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Damasi?
Against.
Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee Agnew?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, in favor.
Trustee Murphy's opposed. So that the first vote fails. So we would be voting on the second part, which is in blue, with the strikeout of course and grade 12 courses. Trustee O'Hearn Trinata?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could you go over what we're voting on? We're including 9, 10, 11, and 12?
Yes, so we're including everything that's highlighted in blue, and the red strikeouts are not in that, would be removed from that statement. So the red strikeouts were the original, and they would be removed from that statement.
Okay, so in the spirit of collaboration, I'm in favor.
Okay, in favor. Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Masri Amar?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
Come back to me, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Dewar?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi?
Against, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy's in favor, so the motion carries. Parliamentary Kapoor, now do we have to vote on the amendment in its entirety, or since we voted on both independently, does that suffice?
You still are required to vote on the motion in its entirety. Both amendments have been dealt with, and now it's the motion as finally amended.
Okay.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, Trustee O'Brien.
Mr. Chair, I have a further amendment.
Okay. Can you please state your amendment?
And I've sent this to Rosie if she wishes to. My further amendment is this. Be it further resolved that the board direct the Director of Education and Secretary of the Board to mandate a final exam for every secondary math course starting this quadrimester. I'll say it slowly. Be it further resolved that the board direct the Director of Education and Secretary of the Board to mandate a final exam for every secondary math course starting this quadrimester.
Okay, we'll just wait till that's typed in and then get you to confirm that that is your intention.
Further resolved, yes. Is this?
Okay.
Is this?
Okay, so it's in the chat box also if people need to see it. So that is moved by Trustee O'Brien. Do we have a seconder? A seconder going twice.
I'll second it for the debate. Thank you.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Carabella. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor to open debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know looking at this, a lot of trustees will not be in favor of it. However, we have to look at the reality of our students. In secondary school and elementary, there is a bit of a culture of making things I won't say easy, but geared for success, let me say. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, even the suggestion of these test writing courses are good. However, the reality of post-secondary is not like that. Their whole mentality is not geared to success at all. It's almost geared to natural selection. Let me give the example of engineering. The dropout rate in engineering is 60%. 60%. And I don't even know what the policies are, rewrites and everything like that, but if our students cannot write the math exam in first year engineering, they will not make it, and their dreams are crushed. Let me say something else about these exam writing courses. They're good. I mean, they're very, very, very good. But it's the equivalent of taking a course in skydiving, jumping off your desk, and never getting in the plane and jumping out. And you will never learn skydiving unless you take that leap. And our kids are never going to learn to write exams unless they actually go through an exam and probably fail it. So to not at least address this in an area like math, where to do a culminating activity in math, I can't even conceive how you would do that. Especially when math is so much a time thing. You either know it or you don't. And to go home and make a summary statement on it is good, but if you can't do it, and if you can't do it there in the testing center, you're just not going to make it. And I get the other subjects. I think we could have a culminating activity in that. I mean, science, I kind of feel even that you need a test, but I think at least at this point in time, an exam in math would be good. And even though we were late in the semester, I will speak to that in my closing statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So on the speakers list, we have Trustee Antomasi, Bowie, and DeRosa. Trustee Antomasi? We'll come back to Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Bowie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to talk about Trustee O'Brien's motion and what he just discussed here. Trustee O'Brien is talking about the reality of our students, and I'd just like to paint a picture for you all as to what coming back to school is like. So we have grade 9 students, we have grade 10 students who have never had a regular school year and have never done high school before in a system that is not quadmesters. We have never done exams in our school in a course that was in a quadmester system before. We have no idea how students will respond to that. We have no idea whether students will be able to retain information in a quadmester. We have 3 weeks left in this quadmester. To expect students to be able to perform a secondary exam is simply just not realistic in the slightest. Students start preparing for exams at the beginning of a course and at the beginning of a 5-month course. This is simply unrealistic to expect our students to be able to pull off an exam, most of which haven't even done an exam before, in 3 weeks. It's unrealistic to expect this of our teachers as well. Now, Trustee O'Brien's talking about engineering in post-secondary. I'd just like to point out that the reason why we don't have such stringent requirements in secondary school is that our students are required to attend secondary school. Many are not going to pursue an engineering degree, and those who will are doing it with the past history, expecting that they will be able to do that, and they are doing that because they believe that they can handle that, because that is at their level, and what they have seen that they can, how they can challenge themselves. Our students who are taking secondary school math courses are they have to do that to get their high school diploma. It's unrealistic to put the same standards on them as would be put on engineering students. As well, I'd just like to say a culminating is by design an in-class assessment. Culminatings are not taken home and performed at home. And I'm in grade 11. I took both grade 10 and grade 11 functions last year. And just to put it into a bit of perspective for trustees, culminatings are no less difficult than exams. My grade 10 and my grade 11 culminatings were 2 days of 3-hour exams. I was not able to take it home. It was not open book. It was timed, and it was longer than a regular exam would be. Not to mention that culminatings specifically focus on critical thinking and the application of skills learned in class, not the knowledge section as would be a multiple choice section in a regular exam. I personally have found culminatings even more difficult than exams. I wouldn't be doing 3-hour exams, but I did 3-hour culminatings. So to change this up on teachers and students at the last minute for something that potentially or may not potentially benefit them is simply unrealistic. And I appreciate the spirit of this motion. I appreciate that the trustees are invested in the futures of students, but it's important that we recognize that the reality of students right now is that exams, especially at the end of this quadmester, are simply not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa? Sorry, Trustee DeRosa, you're cutting out. You're cutting out. Trustee DeRosa, we're losing you. Trustee DeRosa? Trustee DeRosa, we have a bad connection, so I'm going to go to the next speaker, then I'm going to come back to you. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Trustee Bowie, for everything you said. I hear you. I agree with you. 7 weeks. We're in week 7, and to all of a sudden change directions at this point is not fair to our students, our teachers. It's not fair to any of our students, even students who want to write exams. But particularly those who have been working hard this quadmester, adapting to something that's still quite new to all of us, particularly our students. And I understand that we listen. We hear what parents have to say and suggestions that they want, but we need to listen to everybody as a whole, and we need to step back and let the experts do what they do best. And the superintendents and our director made a decision to work this way, and we need to respect that. We've already started this semester. We've started this school year. To change tracks at this point is not fair, period. And I will not be supporting this. I will not be directing. I cannot participate in directing our secretary or not our secretary, our director of education to demand what our teachers should be doing when the decision was already made by those that are experts around the table. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Trustee DeRosa, let's check your audio connection. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Please go ahead.
I'll be quick, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Sorry,
although I do believe I am concerned with the timing in which this amendment is intended to be implemented. So on that basis, I think we've run out of time to implement something like this. One can debate the merits of it on a long-term basis, That's not really the issue. The issue is, can we really implement it in time? And I don't believe we can. So for all practical purposes, I won't be supporting this amendment, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Did you hear
Thank you,
that?
Sorry.
Did that come through?
Yes, we heard you. Yeah. Thank you. Vice Chair Dort, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, my camera is not turning on for some reason, but yeah, I like math, I like exams. We are at the far end of the quadrimester. It's too late, it's unfair to our students. I have full confidence in the direction by our director and senior staff, and for that reason, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Trustee Tokiwa, you have the floor.
I would just like to echo what Trustee Bowie had said. I completely agree that it's not fair not only our students to change this up less than 3 weeks before exams. It's also not fair to our teachers. It takes a long time to create exams, and just changing the whole flow of the course. For myself, as I said, I'm already working on culminating. Changing my weighting now of my culminating wouldn't be fair. So I do definitely agree that this is just a little bit too late, a little bit too little too late. And unfortunately, maybe if it was presented earlier, we could have done something better, but in the interest of keeping things equal for each student enrolled in the quadrimesters, I will be not supporting this motion.
Thank you. Trustee Intomasi, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so before I went around to each subject council, I would have been inclined to support this because practicing exams, final exams is a skill. It's something that you have to develop. But having heard from 9 out of 10 subject councils say that they preferred or they decided on no exam, I think in this case, the teachers know best. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Intomasi. Trustee Carabelli, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a reservation about the timing as well. I am for exams, and I'm still distressed that we didn't find out soon enough to be able to influence some exams earlier on in the term. Thank you.
Thank you. So nobody else is on the speakers list. So Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my first closing is a question, Director Daly. Director Daly, if a math teacher doesn't do an exam this quadrimester, could they do it later on in the year?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I don't think, Trustee O'Brien, if we're looking at, a student in, for example, grade 12 calculus, to be given one type of assessment for that student now, and then a different type of assessment for a student in the second quad or later on in the year, I think we would want to be consistent from course to course throughout the year.
Thank you, Mr. Director Daly. That's exactly what I believe too. So it really is a now or never, or now, if we're going to do it at all this year, it has to be done now, correct?
Well, I'm not advocating for it to be done now.
If.
But I don't think you can change the rules of the assessment halfway through the year. I don't think that's fair to students.
That's okay. In closing, I will say this. The key to success really in life is resilience and flexibility. This is a prime chance to do that. And even though it's late in the game, it can be done. And as far as teachers go, I taught for 27 years, and a 1 month notice to come on with an exam is nothing to the demands of flexibility and resilience that are put on teachers. I mean, sometimes they're given, like myself, sometimes 3 days to adjust to entire class changes, room allocations. So it is a realistic goal. I think we're missing an opportunity here to make this, and it is only in the subject of math. That's all. And a little bit of stress on the students on top of all this is not going to hurt them. It will only help them in the long run. And one student trustee said something about it's not fair. Well, once you get out of the secondary system, very little is fair. And this is a chance to practice that, dealing with something that's apparently not fair. I ask you trustees, consider this, think long term, and think about what those students right now are going through in post-secondary that are not prepared right now to write exams, and the anxiety they're going through. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking the vote.
Thank you. So we'll go to a recorded vote. Trustee Bowie?
Opposed.
Trustee Masri Amar?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa?
Opposed.
Trustee Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa? Trustee DeRosa? We'll come back to Trustee DeRosa. Vice Chair Duarte?
Opposed.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi?
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Chernata?
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa? Trustee DeRosa, are you, can we see Trustee? Oh, you're there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Trustee DeRosa, could you say that again? You're kind of, I believe you said opposed. Can you confirm that?
I'm
opposed. Okay, I see in the chat box. Thank you.
I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Murphy's opposed also, so the amendment fails. So we're going back to now the motion as amended. Trustee Carabella moved the motion. It's up for you to close if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just say I'm glad that we had the input from our student trustee and that we all worked around the table on this. And going forward, we learned a lot of things. So going forward for next school year, let's put exams on the table with enough time and preparation for everyone to really benefit from them. And for this year and for this, well, in particular, this quadmester, I would ask your support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to recorded vote. Trustee Masri Amar?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa? Trustee DeRosa, if you could type it in the chat box would be, oh, in favor, great, thank you. Vice Chair Duarte?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi? Trustee Antomasi? We'll come back to Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Chernata?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi?
I'm just back. I'm sorry. So we're voting on
the motion as amended.
All right. So can you read it out for me, please?
The motion?
Yes, please.
Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board request a staff report for the next regularly scheduled board meeting about how students are currently being helped to develop exam writing skills and for staff to outline final assessment plans by subject matter for grades 9, 10, 11, and 12.
I'm assuming it's for the next quadmester, so I would say yes. Thank you.
Okay, in favor, and Trustee Murphy's in favor. Excuse me, the motion carries. So we are finished with item 8.1. We're moving on to item 8.2, policy II-07, the school day, daily sessions, elementary and secondary. Trustee Guzzo, could you please read the motion?
Just 1 second, Mr. Chair, sorry. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the Policy Committee that policy II-07, the school day, daily sessions, elementary and secondary be approved.
The motion was moved by Trustee Guzzo. May I have a seconder? Vice Chair Duarte. Do we have any discussion? If there's no discussion, we can go to a recorded vote. We'll go to a recorded vote. Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa? In favor? Okay, thank you. I saw your vote in the chat box. Vice Chair Duarte? In favor. Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi?
In favor.
Trustee Carabello?
Mr. Chair, that was 8.2 because I got bumped off again.
Yes, that's 8.2, policy II-07, the school
Fine,
day.
thank you. Thanks.
Trustee Carabello?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ahern-Chernata?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Masri-Amar?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy's in favor. Motion carries. 8.3, policy II-11, daily teacher plans. Trustee Guzzo, could you please read the motion?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the Policy Committee that policy II-11, daily teacher plans be approved.
Thank you. The motion was moved by Trustee Guzzo. May I have a seconder?
O'Brien.
Vice Chair Duarte. Any discussion? Seeing there's no discussion, we can move to recorded vote. Trustee Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. Vice Chair Duarte?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Intomasi?
Favor.
Trustee Carabello?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ahern-Chernata?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Masri-Amar?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy's in favor. Motion carries. Item 9, staff reports. 9.1, Milton Elementary French Immersion School Boundary Review. Committee recommendations. Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Back on January 19th, 2021, the board initiated a boundary review in Milton looking at French immersion expansion in the area. At the March 16th, 2021 meeting of the Board of Trustees, trustees also directed staff to undertake FI expansion to accommodate all registrations in each region, starting with the 22-23 school year. So with that in mind, a school boundary review committee was formed of parent reps from all of the Milton elementary schools. We met several times over the course of March, April, and May, and looked at many different boundary catchment options for the Milton community. Throughout those meetings from March until May, the parent reps and the committee narrowed down the number of options to 3, and staff brought these options to a virtual public meeting, number 1, back in June of 2021. The community then was asked for feedback on those options and completed a feedback survey. Then that survey feedback was then brought back to our boundary review committee, and they reviewed the feedback in late June 2021 and selected one option to proceed forward with. Again, staff brought that option back to our virtual public information meeting number 2. And again, feedback was solicited from the community on that option that was brought forward. And in the end, that option received 73% support from those people who completed the survey. With that in mind, the SBRC met to review that feedback survey on October 7th, 2021, and came up with their final recommendation, which we have for you here tonight. So if you look at Appendix C, there's a map near the end there, Rosie. But the general configuration of the option that they are recommending is to have 4 French immersion schools within the Milton community. Those schools being Guardian Angels, St. Benedict's, St. Peter's, and St. Scholastica. The Guardian Angels catchment would have Guardian Angels, Our Lady of Fatima, and Our Lady of Victory in that catchment. The St. Benedict school would have St. Benedict, Lumen Christi, and Queen of Heaven in their catchment. St. Peter's would have St. Peter's, Holy Rosary Milton, and St. Anthony of Padua. And St. Scholastica would have St. Scholastica, and then the new Boyne schools in that area, which would be Milton number 10, and then Milton number 9 is kind of the next one on the horizon, but we do have a number of schools planned for the South Boyne area of Milton there as well. So, and on top of that, also noted that the current students within the French immersion program in Milton would be grandfathered at their current location, so they'd stay at their current school until they graduate grade 8 and move on to secondary school. So there's no movement there as part of this plan. So with that catchment or school boundary recommendation in mind, for the next steps at the following board meeting, tonight we have the staff report. At the following board meeting on November 2nd, we would welcome delegations to the board if there are any. And then on the November 16th meeting of the board, we would bring the action report. And I just want to express many thanks to the school boundary committee and the parent reps. As you can see from the report, we met a number of times. It was a very complicated school boundary review, lots of things to consider, lots of data to mull over and review. So lots of great engagement from our parent community. And I definitely thank everyone for their time. I know I did see some of the parent reps on the meeting earlier. I saw a couple of them drop off, but there may be a couple here still as well. So perhaps if trustees want to think about some questions for myself or for the parent reps, I'll have a look through and see if they're still online or not. But happy to take any questions on this report. Again, there's no vote tonight. It's just a staff report, but happy to answer any questions that trustees may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. On the speakers list, we have Vice Chair Duarte first.
Mr. Chair, no questions here, but I just want to have a few comments here. This was like any boundary review in Milton Complex, and the members of the school boundary review committee met many times virtually, and I was happy to be present at those meetings and part of the process and be part of the process and listen to some of the concerns raised by the committee members. The committee has done an excellent job and worked together thoughtfully and very cordially and listened to community feedback, and they have come up with this amicable and feasible solution of option A2. I am very thankful to each member for devoting their time and talent to this review process. Thank you to our staff for putting this information together and making this process seamless. I have not heard of any concerns from concerned parents about the options selected. So I'm looking forward to this going to the future board meeting and getting voted on. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trustee DeRosa, followed by Trustee Antomasi. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, can you hear me clearly?
You're
Can you
warbling
hear
a little
me
bit.
clearly?
You're warbling a little bit, but we can hear you enough to make out your question.
I will be very succinct because I don't think it'll be afforded the ability to make a long statement. I would just like to say that I am absolutely delighted to see this initiative move in the right direction, and congratulations to those who have done the work to move it forward like that. Okay, thank you very much. This has been a long-awaited program, and congratulations to everybody who's put their efforts. Thank you. Did you get that?
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Thank
We
you,
did get
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Tomasi, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. Superintendent Merrick, how does the proposed realignment affect the total enrollment distribution per family of school?
Superintendent Merrick, I'm not sure you or maybe Bronco or can answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. It will definitely move some of the numbers around. It'll, as you can see from the option summary there in the report, we are basically setting up 4 schools with French immersion, with 3 elementary schools feeding into those each of those French immersion schools. So as you can imagine, we'll be drawing some students away from the 2 schools that don't have French immersion and into the ones that do. But our planning staff have done their projections based on those and see us having a bit of runway to be able to accommodate those students at those schools. So as you know, in Milton, many of our schools, or most of our schools, if not all of them, are very full and into temporary accommodation. So there isn't a lot of room at any school, but based on our planning projections, we see us having the ability to offer this program, which will of course move some of the students from the schools without French programming into the ones that do. But it'll also depend entirely upon how many folks sign up for the French immersion program as well.
Trustee Tomasi, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. Again, so which family of school is going to lose the most students? I guess that's really what I was trying to drive at. And who's going to have the most capacity out of the 3 family of schools?
Superintendent Merrick, I don't know if you have that information handy or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's really a difficult question to answer because it all depends on how many students sign up that year for French immersion. So we based it on historical trends, but it all depends on how many people sign up for it. And now that we're offering French immersion at more schools, and it'll be in more communities, if you will, it'll be more local to each school now, we may see a change in those trends. So it's difficult to predict that exactly.
Point of clarification. So without taking into account the French enrollment, which is yet to be decided, which schools have been mostly affected from an enrollment perspective?
Superintendent Merrick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. None of them have been impacted yet because we haven't actually implemented these boundaries yet. If you would like, I can send you the link to the projections, which is on our school planning website. And you can see all the projections in there if you like.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Just a very quick point of clarification for Superintendent Merrick. Do you hear me first? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Superintendent Merrick, I just want to make sure that the portables are part of the equation here when we're determining capacity. Did you get that?
Merrick? Yes, we did. Yes.
Temporary accommodations are part of the planning process for as part of this process.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, I would just like to add my comments. It was a very complex school boundary review. We had quite a few options that required a lot of thought, a lot of insight, and luckily for us, we have a lot of very engaged parents who we tend to run into on most of these committees often. So we see the same people. So thank you for your commitment to our board and the amount of time you put in. So the thing that impressed me the most about this school boundary review was the level of knowledge, collaboration, and acceptance of the realities of the challenges we're dealing with. And I think we came up with a good result that always is never perfect and never satisfies everybody, but I think it's a practical result that will serve us well for the immediate future. And in Milton, that's the best you can hope for is the a five-year window. So very impressed with the level of participation, engagement. Very impressed with our staff and how well thought out. And there was some really out of the box thinking done, which was quite impressive also. And in the end, we came up with a result that I think will work. So thank you to everybody. Really appreciate the effort put in. We will now move on to 9.2 North Oakville number 4 Catholic Elementary School Boundary Review Committee recommendations. Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, as the board will know, we were approved to construct a new 671 pupil place elementary school in October 2020 in North Oakville, named North Oakville number 4. As such, staff initiated the boundary review process in May 2021 to establish a catchment for the school. Being such, we established a boundary review committee, again, made up of parent reps. Our first meeting was on June 28th, 2021, and the committee reviewed the data and selected a preferred option at that meeting. This option was presented into the community through virtual public information meeting back in September of 2021, and the feedback survey followed that out to the community. The option that was presented received 66% support from the community, with 6% opting for a neutral feedback on it. The feedback was then brought back to our committee at the September 29th School Boundary Review Committee meeting, and the committee reviewed the survey feedback and came up with their final recommendation, which again we have here tonight for you. This time we're looking at the map in Appendix B. You can scroll down there. So currently, all of the residents in North Oakville, north of Dundas Street, are attending in the catchment for St. Gregory School. In the proposed boundary here, the area north of Dundas will be split at 6th Line, with the area west of 6th Line attending St. Gregory, the great Catholic Elementary School, and the area east of 6th Line to attend the new North Oakville number 4 school. So again, the next steps for this, the report will return at our November 2nd meeting, and I'll allow for delegations there as well, and the action report of that meeting as well. So again, many thanks to our SBRC on this project as well. Again, we don't have quite as many boundary reviews to conduct in Oakville, but we do have a few. So great to have some parent reps out. I think we do have Cherish on the line tonight, so we do have one of our parent reps here tonight joining us. But again, I want to thank them for their time commitment on this. Again, it was a really great experience to go through. Lots of collaboration amongst the group, and allowed us to reach a good conclusion on this that's received very good feedback from the community. So again, happy to take any questions that trustees may have. We do have one of the parent reps on the line tonight as well. So if you have questions for them as well, that's acceptable. But happy to have questions from trustees. And again, this isn't an action report. It'll come back at the November 2nd meeting for action, but happy to have any clarifying questions answered tonight.
Thank you. So on the speakers list, we have Trustee DeRosa, Carabella, and Vice Chair Duarte. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're a little choppy, but we can hear you.
All right. So again, I'll be brief. I want to thank the effort of all the people that were involved in this process for the Oakville project, and thank you to Superintendent Merrick and all the other staff that's been involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did also want to echo my appreciation for the work and putting this school boundary review together, and for all the participation of the community in this. I did have a question because you did mention in the report that the school is expected to be built in the 2022-2023 year. Do we have an update on that? Thank you.
Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I can give a brief update now. I can probably follow up with more detail with trustees later on as well, but we are still in the approval process and getting the approvals pushed through for this school. We are at the point now where we're seeking approval on the budget from the ministry. And part of that is bringing in a cost estimate from a third party, a quantity surveyor, to estimate the cost of the school. As you can imagine, if you've pay attention to the news at all, construction prices have gone up quite a bit in the last 2 years. They were going up quite a bit, in the last 5 to 7 years as well, but the last 2 years especially. So we have had to try to do some things to try and keep the cost of the project down. And spent a little bit more time on engineering than we had hoped to, but the cost estimates are still coming in very high on it. And as such, we've gone back to the ministry and saying that of the funding amount that has been provided for the school isn't really in line with our cost estimates that we have now coming in for the school. So I suspect that can slow things down just because the ministry will need to allocate additional funds to it, and that usually slows the process down. So I think the idea of being open for September 2022 is probably unlikely at this point, seeing as we don't have approval to start yet, and we're not in the ground right now. But I think opening at some point in the 2022-23 school year is still a possibility if we can, get this approval from the ministry and get the funding issues sorted out. So we're hopeful of that, word back from them soon on that. But it is a tough one that's kind of out of the board's control as to when we hear back on the approval to proceed to construction piece.
Trustee Carabella, do you have a follow-up?
No, I don't. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Duarte, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, it's my personal privilege, and I'm very happy that I could attend some, if not all, of the boundary reviews in Oakville North. And the meetings were great, though it's not been as complex as Milton, I should say. But I'm very thankful to each member for devoting their time to this review process. And thanks to our staff for providing the information to the committee and making this outcome a success. Once again, thank you to all.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi. You have the floor. Trustee Tomasi? We can come back to Trustee Antomasi. Trustee O'Brien?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. Great job, Superintendent Merrick. One question, I was reading some of the memos from the ministry, and it did say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that any COVID-related delays in construction need to be reported. Is that true?
Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
I haven't seen that, any word on that. I mean, obviously we do provide updates to them on a fairly regular basis, probably a quarterly basis on where we're at with construction of all of our ministry funded construction projects. But I'm not sure we have to provide them directly with that, but they do approve our budgets and they ask for frequent updates on our schedule. So they will have access to that information on a regular basis.
Okay, perhaps I read it wrong. I thought it was in one of the memos attached to the board package, but I could be wrong. Thank you.
Sorry, just one quick thing. They have asked us for information around increasing in costs due to COVID. So there's a survey out now to boards asking about that. So that may be what you're referring to. Something we're having an issue with right now is, there's been a lot of material price increases, and some may be due to COVID, some not due to COVID. So, teasing out what is COVID related and what is, supply chain related issues is a challenge for most boards that are reporting on this data. But, we've all seen, significant increases in material costs, and construction costs have gone up accordingly as well.
Okay, so that is in the works, correct?
Yeah, that's the ask from the ministry was for that data on past projects, and ones that we've already experienced. Okay. This one here, obviously, we haven't actually built yet, so we don't actually have any real data on this yet. But our cost consultant on this project, who estimates the cost of the project, is telling us that based on what they've seen on other similar projects, they're expecting this project to come in, significantly over budget when we tender it. So that's where we have to flag that early to the ministry and say, hey, the money you've provided for us isn't likely going to be sufficient enough to provide for the building that they intended to build.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else with their hand up. I was also, like Vice Chair Duarte, attended the meetings and was quite impressed with the work from the parents who sat on the committee. There was a lot of very insightful questions and worked really well collaboratively. So it was actually a very smooth. Not that the Milton school boundary reviews aren't smooth, but this was a very smooth school boundary review, very efficient. Thank you very much. We'll go on to item 9.3, expansion of elementary community classrooms. Superintendent Ballo, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. At the September 16th special board meeting, a motion was passed directing staff to bring a report to the Board of Trustees on how the elementary community living class can be expanded to include more sites and more students. With regards to the background information, the community living class, known as the CLC, is for students with mixed exceptionalities, and there is currently one special education classroom that serves elementary students from kindergarten to grade 8 identified as exceptional multiple and/or intellectual developmental disability. Through an IPRC process, students who would most benefit from a special education full-time placement are considered for the community living class. This class accommodates students who are in need of medical and personal care, and in some cases, nursing support. The class has a capacity of 6 students and is staffed by a qualified special education teacher. The class capacity and staffing requirements are in compliance with the guidelines that are established by the Ministry of Education. From a historical perspective, the CLC began at St. Gabriel's School in Burlington in 2001, so 20 years ago, and closed due to low enrollment around 2008. The CLC in Oakville began at St. James School in 2003 and moved to the current location at St. Teresa of Calcutta in 2018. Regarding the class composition, currently at St. Teresa of Calcutta School, half of the students, so 3 of the 6, do come from Milton, and the balance of the students are from Burlington and Oakville. Based on information that's been collected since the last meeting provided by special education and school-based staff, there are approximately 9 potential students who would be suitable candidates for the CLC, of which the majority reside in Milton. With that said, actual interest from families is yet to be confirmed. In terms of location, the section outlines the potential locations that are based on current enrollment forecast data, and I do thank our facilities department for their support in gathering that information. So as noted, St. Christopher in Burlington currently has available interior space for the CLC, and no portable classrooms would be required. At St. Catherine of Alexandria in Georgetown, that school currently has no available interior school space and would require 2 portable classrooms. St. Peter, Lumen Christi, and Our Lady of Fatima, all in Milton, have no available interior school space and would require 2 portable classrooms. At St. Teresa of Calcutta in Oakville, which is the current program location, there is space for a second CLC that meets the requirements and is currently available within the school. With respect to facility accommodation costs, we did collect some information to share with the Board of Trustees. The costs are comprised of various components, including construction, furniture and equipment, and temporary accommodation costs. With regards to construction, it would be similar at all new sites in Burlington, Milton, or Halton Hills, and are estimated to be approximately $400,000. The construction includes the restructuring of 2 existing classrooms into 1 single suite. Furniture and equipment costs would be similar at all sites, estimated at approximately $100,000. A second class in Oakville at St. Teresa would involve furniture and equipment costs of approximately $50,000 due to the established and shared space with the existing class already being there. And I've noted there some of the items and requirements that are required for a specialized classroom to support those students. Listed is an accessible washroom with a shower, washer and dryer, a sensory room, a dark room for vision therapy, wheelchair storage space, a nurse's station, medical beds, a hand washing station, ceiling mounted track-based patient lift, adjustable LED lighting, a kitchen space, storage space. All the lights in the rooms have dimmers with at least 3 different zones with light filters, tracking for a lift in the sensory room, an exercise area, a smart board, and the parking lot may also require changes due to needing space for more wheelchairs and equipment. The temporary accommodation costs for portable classroom installation would be required in Halton Hills and Milton. These costs are estimated at approximately $100,000 for portable classroom installation, with an annual cost of $40,000 for the lease of 2 portable classrooms. Regarding transportation, all of the students who are in the CLC are provided special education transportation while attending a specialized special education class. In consultation with Halton Student Transportation Services, the calculated transportation cost is $60,000 per year and is based on a single minibus per run per region. So one region, for example, currently St. Teresa has students being transported from 3 different regions, so it would cost approximately $180,000 in transportation. And then lastly, we've included a note regarding personnel supports. The CLC is taught by 1 special education teacher and supported by educational assistants. The educational assistants are typically allocated through the homeschool. So if the student is currently one of our students, the EA would be allocated for them, and they would go with them to the site. We did include a table there which outlines a summary of the proposed budget costs by location for the board to review. And then finally, in conclusion, the purpose of the report was to address how the community living class could be expanded to include more sites and students. And this can be achieved by either opening a class at a new school site or by adding a second class at the current St. Teresa location. In both cases, the expansion and sustainability of the class are determined by parent interest and subsequently student enrollment. Based on the students who are currently projected to return to the CLC in September of 2022, and potentially new students that would be eligible, 7 of the 14 are from Milton, and the balance of students are dispersed between Burlington and Oakville. Recommendations for a site location would include Oakville or Milton. The addition of a second class at St. Teresa would allow flexibility to have 1 or 2 classes as needed, which could fluctuate with less impact on a school. In addition, as seen at other sites that have specialized classes, having 2 classrooms at the same school supports teacher collaboration and optimal use of special education service support, as well as community agencies that assist students. Having a Milton school site for the CLC would support the large number of potential students from this municipality. And I do want to acknowledge the support of Superintendent Lofts and Merrick, as well as our special education coordinator, Jody O'Reilly, for contributing to this staff report.
Thank you, Superintendent Balla. We have on the speakers list Trustee Agnew, Vice Chair Duarte, O'Brien, and Tomasi. Trustee Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Balla, for the report and for everyone that contributed. I do have a couple of questions, and I'll have to go back in the queue to finish them off if they don't get asked. But one of the questions I have is with respect to the equipment costs. Can you just pull that? Sorry, Rosie, can you pull that up on the screen? The table. So if I look, that's perfect, thank you. So if I look at the equipment cost, let's say for St. Teresa of Calcutta, so a few questions on the equipment cost. So I'm wondering, out of that $50,000, it would be great to see a breakdown of what that furniture and equipment would be. But how much of that would be SIA claims? And also, I'd be curious to know, assuming that there is a chunk of that equipment that would be perhaps specific to that student and their needs, whether they're at St. Teresa of Calcutta requiring that equipment, or whether they're at St. Chris or St. Gabe's or St. Peter's requiring that equipment, that cost is still that cost for that student, correct? It would just be because those students would now be at St. Teresa of Calcutta that those costs would go under their expenditures. And again, just I'd like to have a better understanding of if any of that would be a SIA claim, and if you expanded the program at St. Teresa, would you have to duplicate all of that equipment that's on that list, or could an accessible washroom, et cetera, not be shared?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Agnew, I do appreciate the questions that you've asked, and we have discussed those. I'm going to ask Jody O'Reilly to speak to those pieces, because that was part of the work that she did with Courtney as well from facilities.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and through you, Mr. Chair. The equipping costs for St. Teresa in particular, with the $50,000, doesn't include, unlike the other costs, the sensory room. So it includes everything but that. So it would include things like smartboard, gym mats, gym equipment, teaching resources, computers, lift supports, storage and whiteboards, so equipment that's going into the classroom aside from the sensory room in that particular, because that could be a shared space. So most of the equipment listed there and the amount there is not through SIA claims. So most of that equipment is actually for the classroom outside of SIA claims.
Trustee Agnew, do you have a follow-up?
I do. I have many follow-ups. Okay, so thanks, Jody. So, okay, so when I look at that list of items that we have there, and I'll admit I'm not sure from a ministry perspective what's mandated, but again, a question around. So when I looked at the list of equipment, a question around, you know, certain items that are currently. Okay, so like the washroom and things like that as an example. Is that being shared? If you have two classes there, are they sharing those facilities? Do they each require their own? Like, why do we need two sensory rooms? Is that strictly because of the amount of students that would be requiring that sensory room in a day? So therefore you'd have to have two of them. And again, so a question like, so let's just say a track system is being used in a washroom. If you have 3 students that go to St. Gabe's, St. Rafe's, and St. Chris, let's say, that are all using a track system at their school, but now those students are actually going to go to St. Teresa's, you wouldn't necessarily have needed those track systems there because you'd be utilizing one track system at St. Teresa. So I'm just trying to understand, and then I know it's an estimate. I'm just trying to understand how much of that amount could actually, be reduced if you're looking at duplication of items, etc.
Yeah, so I think the list that was highlighted before this summary included construction costs and equipment costs. So we actually did separate those when it came to St. Teresa. So that's why under construction costs, you'll notice there are no construction costs allocated to that, and the others have $400,000. So that number for the furniture equipment really is related to, we did try to think of shared spaces and what could be shared between the two classes if we were to add an additional class, and the sensory room was the biggest bulk of that shared space. It's not to say that it depends on how many students we had. We might be able to share the washroom, but that goes into the then some of the construction costs, but which are, as you see, not applicable in the case of St. Teresa.
Okay, thanks, Jody. I'll go back in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Dewar, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Superintendent Belloc, and it's not a trick question. In the report under class composition, it says 6 possible students or candidates from Halton. So question here is this for present academic year as of today, or is it for the next academic year, starting next September?
Sure, and through you, Mr. Chair. So for next September, we are expecting, well, there are 6 potential students who would meet the criteria for the class, as well as 1 student who's currently in the class who would be from Milton. So when we look at the overall projected number for next year, 7 of the 14 would be in Milton, because there are some changes to the current class. So we did look at specifically who's coming back next September. Of the kids who are coming back, there would be 1 student returning from Milton, plus the additional 6 students. Okay. Potential.
So when would you, Superintendent Belloc, when would you get the confirmation from the families if they want to?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So we'd had 2 thoughts. In all honesty, we knew that this staff report was coming to the Board of Trustees this evening. So if a recommendation is made to pursue this further, then we would perhaps gather some parent feedback, and it would be helpful to have a location, I would imagine. So either a determination would be made to proceed, and we would have a location that we could notify parents of, or a determination would be to proceed to gather more information by going out and asking the parents, which we could then do and get that parent feedback and bring back to the Board of Trustees, if that would be helpful in making a decision about the next step.
Mr. Chair, just quick on the same train of thought. And Superintendent Belloc, how long does it take to retrofit a classroom, say at St. Teresa's, to have the second classroom? How long does that take?
I would ask Superintendent Merrick for some feedback there, but I think in speaking with him, the plan would be to either have the class retrofitted or have, some changes made at another site for next September. So the students are currently in their class placement, so we're looking for September of 2022 to be prepared with whichever location.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Belloc.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Belloc. Superintendent Belloc, thank you for this most comprehensive and detailed report. It really does paint a great picture. Now, I'm referring back to the motion, which was brought forward by my esteemed trustee. The result talks about expanding, but one of the whereas says, talks about limited access. So as it stands now, one of the reasons to expand is because the class is only in one community, which makes it hard for someone from point of privilege, Mr. Chair. I'm hearing a noise and hard to talk over that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this report, you mentioned 4 communities, and I'm just wondering about the possibility. Is it possible to put a classroom in every community?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not predict that we would have the interest in all of our communities. If we are looking at potentially 14 students and we can have a class of 6, if we had 1 student in any of the communities, that wouldn't be a class. So I don't think it's feasible. I think that if we're looking at a second location, it would either come down to expanding, in my opinion, expanding the space that we have in Oakville. It is a centralized location. We have been transporting students from all of the municipalities to Oakville since 2003. And as mentioned in the report, the other recommendation would be to add an additional class in Milton, if that's what the Board of Trustees is interested in doing, just given the amount of students that we are looking at potentially. So it's not confirmed. We did not want to solicit any feedback from potential parents without knowing how we were going to be moving forward.
Trustee O'Brien, do you have a follow-up?
No, but thank you. Perhaps we could revisit that question at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Tomasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Insofar as the amount of monies that it would take to provide this service to each location, since our budget estimates of June, has the ministry announced any new monies that can be put towards these particular initiatives?
Superintendent Merrick, I would assume, or maybe Superintendent Lofts?
Maybe I'll jump in first, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, and through you. Not as of yet, Trustee Ian Tomasi. We have not received any indication as of the second allotment of funding that was discussed back in the springtime. So to answer your question, no, we have not received any information as of yet.
So a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Supervisory Officer Bello, does this fall under community hubs and sharing spaces?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it does not. Trustee Tomasi, it is a special education placement. So a community hub might be an OKN, like a community outreach program, which would be a community provider. It would not be a special education placement.
So we do not share these spaces with a third party, let's say?
No, we do not.
Okay, because there is money available under community hubs. That's why I was raising the issue.
Thank you. Trustee Carabello, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to know, are any of these expenses covered by the ministry, like the extra transportation and other costs that are listed?
Superintendent Ballo, can you answer that question, or Superintendent Merrick? Lofts, I'll run through them all until I find somebody.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would defer to Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, there is no additional funding. It would come through our GSNs like all our other special education expenditures.
Trustee Carabello, do you have a follow-up?
I do, regarding the transportation. So it's sort of marked as $60,000, but if it's per run per region, so if it's in Oakville and you have students from Burlington, Milton, and Georgetown, so that would be reflected as 180,000.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. Trustee Carabello.
Okay, so it doesn't depend on the number of students. It's more like where that transportation is coming from.
That's right. It's per minibus per region, and where the buses are coming from.
Okay. And then I just have a question. Will this report be coming to the SEAC committee then as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is information that we could bring to SEAC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Agnew, two other trustees would like to speak, so I'll put you in after them. So up next we have Trustee Guzzo, then Trustee DeRosa, followed by Trustee Agnew.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just out of the question and curiosity, is there any way that we can go out for stakeholder feedback to see if it's more than 14? I feel like we're putting a number on something that we've never really explored, because as we asked at the last meeting, there is no wait list. So if somebody calls and inquires if there's no room, we don't really keep track of it. So is there a way for us to go out and get some sort of feedback?
Through
Superintendent
you,
Bell?
yep, through you, Mr. Chair. The feedback, in terms of stakeholder feedback, I don't know that it would garner the information that we want. I feel very confident that the consultants and the administration are very aware of the profile of the student, and we did do a survey involving that staff to determine students at every one of our schools. I'm not sure, Trustee Guzzo, that putting it out for stakeholder feedback, given the small number, if that's the right mechanism. But I do.
Just a clarification though. What about the parents? What about canvassing the parents to ask what their thoughts are on it? Of those individuals.
Of the 14 individuals?
No, of
all
of students that may actually qualify, right?
Right.
Like, who's to say that it's not a parent request as opposed to, not that I'm discounting by any means the staff's knowledge of the students, but sometimes, you know, the parents might want that option where, you know, staff may think that that's not a choice for them.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I should clarify, the students that we've identified is not based on whether families would be interested or not. We would definitely seek stakeholder information or feedback from parents. We've not approached the parents to see if they actually are. We've just identified the students that meet the criteria. So our next step, if we are moving forward with this, would definitely be to reach out to the parents who meet the profile to see if they would be interested in the class. And
Trustee Guzzo, do you have a follow-up?
No, I don't, but I think Superintendent Ballo had something, I think she wanted to say something before I cut
I
her
was
off,
just
sorry.
going to say, no, I was just going to say it's our intention to gather that feedback from the parents that would be involved in a CLC rather than sending the information to stakeholders at large. I guess that's the distinguished piece.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and I should have clarified it. I wasn't suggesting that we go to the stakeholders at large.
And I would agree that we should go to the parents who would be involved.
Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I had to step out of the room, so I missed a good part of the costing discussion. Superintendent Ballo, what's the total price tag assigned to this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a summary on page 3, and we've itemized by the location the proposed budget costs for each site. So at St. Christopher in Burlington, it's $680,000, again, based on one run. So if we had students coming from outside of Burlington, which would be the case, it would be $60,000 per region that's traveling to St. Christopher. At St. Catherine of Alexandria and the 3 Milton sites, Our Lady of Fatima, St. Peter, and Lumen Christi, would all be $820,000, again, based on a $60,000 budget on transportation, which could be up to $180,000. And then lastly, St. Teresa's $230,000 projected, again, with $60,000 per run per region.
So $1.6 million, $1.8 million, if I do a quick mental math. I don't have the document in front of me, so please forgive me on this.
Sure.
I'm just looking to ask Superintendent Loft a particular question, because I think when I came back into the room, I overheard that the fund for this would be out of the GSN. Is that correct, Superintendent Loft?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, as is all of our programming. It would come through the GSN.
Okay, so my question is, is there an area in the GSN that we're experiencing savings in right now that would actually serve to cover this initiative? Or is this initiative over and on top of the current budget and the actuals that we currently are experiencing now in the system?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and so I guess I'm a little confused with the question because we've gone through the budget process back in the springtime. So is Trustee DeRosa asking if there's additional funding somewhere within the budget? Is that what the question is?
Yes.
Okay.
Or is it being covered by savings we're currently experiencing in other areas? Okay. That's exactly what I'm asking.
Well, as we all know, we brought forth the budget back in the springtime, which at that time there was a deficit budget waiting for additional information from the ministry to come in for this current year. We will be going through the revised estimate process as soon as we finish up on the year-end process, and we could probably give a better indication as to that comment.
So let me ask. And just very simplify the question, and then I'll just move along. So are we expecting this initiative to increase our projected deficit or to stay within our projected deficit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as we did not budget for this at this time, it would be a change to our current budget. So it would be an increase
to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So up next, we have Trustee Agnew, followed by Trustee Intomasi.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just digesting the last comments. Superintendent Lofts, I'm wondering if you could just be a little bit more clear with respect to the transportation costs. Just to maybe perhaps better explain the GSN, the transportation costs, what the ministry does fund with respect to these specialized programs for these students. I understand that we do have transportation shortfalls, but I believe a big chunk of those shortfalls are for busing we provide for programs that are not funded by the ministry. So could you just help clarify if this cost that we're speaking about for this specialized program is actually covered by the ministry versus, say, something like French immersion, where we provide that transportation, but we do that at a cost that's not necessarily covered. Could you just help me clarify that, if you don't mind?
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. We do receive our funding. So we receive our funding allocation for transportation for the previous year, for 2020, 2021. It was around $9 million. We did receive some additional COVID funding for about 500,000 or so. And the actual cost that we had was about 1.5 million. Again, we're still going through the audit process, so those numbers could change slightly, but that's a rough estimate as to the amount. Currently, the cost from HSTS for French immersion, both EI and FI, is over $1 million.
But these transportation costs that are listed here, these are covered by the ministry under the GSN for these students because of this specialized program. Is that correct?
Not necessarily per se that way. We receive our allocation based on a formula. So, but those costs would come out of that allocation for that formula, correct?
So that those funds can be used for transportation for these students because it is a ministry program.
That is correct. We would have to come fund it out of that, and we would bring it. It would actually go under the special education amount as well. So we have the special education funding that we receive as part of the GSNs.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And just a follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a question with respect to the parking lots. So when it said there that additional wheelchair spaces, I understand that depending on how many parents are driving the children that you might need that. I'm not sure what was when it said wheelchair accessible spots and equipment. I wasn't sure what equipment was. But would we actually have to expand the parking lots, or would we just not designate an extra spot for, I mean, if there's, let's say there's 2 wheelchair spots that are there currently and we expand this program, are you adding another 1 spot? I'm trying to understand if the implication here or the suggestion is that you'd have to completely redo and expand parking lots by adding a class of 6 students to your school, because I know that that wouldn't necessarily be mandated by the bylaws, depending on population. So I'm just curious if you could speak to that the comments about the parking lots.
Superintendent Ballo or Superintendent Merrick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was going to defer to Superintendent Merrick because that did come from his department.
I can jump in here. It's definitely not. It's more looking at restriping, signage, perhaps the sidebars on some of the parking spots, crosswalks if needed, ramping up to areas like walkways. It's definitely not redoing the entire parking lot. Repaving a parking lot's probably close to $200,000 on its own, so that's would be pretty sizable on this budget. So looking at kind of smaller items if we are looking at adding parking spaces, and it would be very dependent on the site. Obviously, newer sites would have more accessible parking, whereas older sites may not. So it's smaller things like that to try and make it accessible for the users.
Thank you. Up next we have Trustee Intomasi, followed by Trustee DeRosa.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So this question is for Superintendent Lofts. So within the GSN, the major components are the foundation grants, which cover the basic costs for education common to all students. Then we have special purpose grants. How many special purpose grants do we currently have for the year 2020, 2021 and 21-22?
Superintendent Lofts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not really sure. I understand Trustee Ian Tomasi's question. We do have the school foundation, the pupil foundation, language grants, transportation grants. Is that what he's referring to then? Like there's numerous different versions or allocations of sections within the EFIS document.
So I'm not looking at EFIS. So the total GSN package is made up of 2 foundation grants, which is the money that goes for the basic costs of education. After which we have the special purpose grants. Within the envelope of the special purpose grants, those grants are specific to unique needs. My question was twofold. 1, how many special purpose grants do we have? And 2, how many foundation grants do we have? Currently for the years 2021 or 2020-21, current year, that's finished in December, and 2021-22.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the terminology is getting me confused when we talk about we have the school foundation grant and the pupil foundation grant. Then we have the special education allocation. Then we have the French language allocation, both ESL, and we have the ESL, English as a second language allocation. Then we have remote and rural allocation. We have the Con Ed allocation, the Q&E grant, the new teacher induction program, the transportation allocation, board administration and governance, school operations allocation, school renewal allocation, capital short-term interest allocation, full-day kindergarten allocation, debt charges allocation. We have the learning opportunities allocation. There's a declining enrollment adjustment. There's an Indigenous education grant, a mental health and well-being grant, a program leadership grant. For the past year, we had the support for the COVID-19 outbreak allocation. And then we also had the stabilization funding allocation.
Yeah, I guess my question wasn't clear enough for you. So when we look at the GSN, when you apply to the GSN through the EFIS program, there are specific components which are referred to as foundation grants. Those cover all the basic needs. Then within the special purpose grants, which you've just alluded to by listing most of them, if not all of them, there are specific grants that can go towards special needs. So my question is, for a special needs education grant, have we exhausted what we can apply for based on our student enrollment, coupled with our enrollment specific to special needs children?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that's a new question, but to answer it, yes, we have. We've always overspent on our, I shouldn't say always, as far as I've been with our board, we've always spent our allocation. And as we all know, if we didn't spend our allocation, that would actually be put into a deferred revenue account to be used in future years of special education. We have spent our allocation with the exception of some of the equipment, which is put into a deferred revenue account. But everything that's being used for transportation, every program, we are spending that money on a yearly basis, correct?
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Trustee Intomasi?
No, I'm not getting the answers I want. That's fine. Thank you.
Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very short question in reference to this. So I hope that this question will be easier to digest. But what I'm really asking for, is there any funds? Have we completely spent the special education allocation for the year?
Superintendent Loss?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have, Superintendent Trustee DeRosa.
Trustee DeRosa, do you have a follow-up?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, I guess. Did we ever have any reserved funds in the special education that's accumulated over the years, or have we exhausted those as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
yeah,
please,
we have a deferred revenue, so we have unspent funds that's put into for a specific purpose, and those are for more like equipment and things like that that have to be spent on a specific expense requirement. So not necessary for transportation or things like that. So we do have that funding available, but other than that, we spend it all every year.
Would the special ed expenditures qualify for that? Can we special ed this program through that?
We could not. They're very specific as to what their use is for. So not necessarily for this program. Maybe Superintendent Ballo, or if Jody's on the phone as well, they can probably give better examples than I can as to what the exact equipment is that it's going to be used for. But
Mr. Chair, just one more comment, and I will end this line of questioning. I would just like to make it clear that I'm very supportive of this program and the special ed education initiative. I'm trying to figure out, my questioning comes from the point of view of understanding where the funding is going to come, with the point of view that I could get behind it and support it if it comes across and these dollars. So that's my reason. It's not for the lack of support of the program. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Agnew.
thank you. And I won't monopolize any more time, Mr. Chair, but I just do have a quick question because I'm trying to remember back. Did we receive any additional funding for French immersion when we approved that expansion?
Superintendent Lofts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we did not. Trustee Agnew.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Ballo, and everybody who worked on this report. Quite enlightening and a lot of good information. Moving on to item 9.4, de-streaming grade 9 math. Director Daly, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So this report is in response to a motion that was passed at the June 1st, 2021 regular board meeting, which directed staff to provide a report to address some questions that were raised in a delegation at that meeting. Took one stab at it earlier in the year, but were asked to kind of reorganize the format of the report. Trustees will recall that back in the spring, and then, I guess it was last spring, we were looking at how we would implement the new grade 9 math curriculum, the de-streamed math curriculum. We had felt originally that to meet the goals of the de-stream math as we saw them, that we would offer one common grade 9 math curriculum other than our locally developed math, and it would be offered to all students, and that for students who are in pre-AP courses, that we would offer extensions within those common courses. That was met with concern by parents and students, and heard those delegations. So ultimately staff decided to continue to offer a separate pre-AP grade 9 and pre-IB grade 9 math courses. So the delegation had a number of questions. I think it's 11 or 12 questions, which we've attempted to answer in the updated report. It starts with just a bit of to distinguish between AP and IB, and I think trustees are well aware of the differences between those two optional programs, but really the major difference, advanced placement courses can be taken, a student, once they've gone through the pre-AP programs, when they get to their senior years, they can take an AP math or an AP chemistry or AP English or whatever the schools are offering. They can take one, they can take a couple. There is some choice there. That's different than the IB program. So once students have completed the pre-IB courses in grade 9 and grade 10, they are then committed to taking a specific number of courses in order to gain the IB diploma, writing, a mandated number of courses, doing external and internal assessments, and meeting some other requirements. We also know that IB is offered at one of our locations, St. Thomas Aquinas in Oakville. Pre-AP courses are now offered at 4 of our school locations. So we have expanded geographically over a number of years. Trustees would probably be aware as well that, and parents for that matter, that the information sessions for our AP and IB programs are being offered beginning next week. So the rest of the questions are answered as listed. I'm happy to go over any of the responses if trustees would like some more detail or have questions about the responses in the report.
Do we have any questions, trustees? Call one more time. Any questions for 9.4 de-streaming grade 9? I don't see any, so we'll move on to information items. 10.1, student trustee update. Student trustees, please present your report.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. For our achieving section, many clubs and sports teams have started up again, enriching student life, learning, and growth while allowing students to connect with one another outside of the classroom with many of the clubs being led by some of the best leaders in the board. There are still some clubs and teams that have been unable to start up or participate in the fall season due to a lack of staff, student, or parent volunteers, which may be attributed to the concerns regarding COVID-19 and inconsistent workload due to the quadmester approach. We hope that these issues can be resolved so that students can have fulsome opportunities to engage in their school communities. The water and blue math contests are approaching in the second quadmester, and students are working hard as midterms approach.
Yes, and then regarding our believing pillar for these past 2 weeks, the main thing that's been of concern or of great impact in our schools was the motion presented at the last board meeting, which included the Our Father and land acknowledgements being implemented in morning announcement in schools. However, there have been concerns from student and staff that these additions have lengthened the morning announcements to the point that many students are disengaged and tuning them out. As well, some schools have taken to replacing individual school prayers and intentions with the Our Father, leading to many students missing out on these prayers. I will mention that we aren't proposing any actions to be taken by the board at this point, just to inform trustees that this is an issue that has been brought up to our attention. Students and staff are also excited that school liturgies have begun again and that many extracurricular activities furthering the Catholic faith are now available and starting up again. Many schools also participated in Thanksgiving food drives within the past few weeks for local communities.
Finally, for our belonging, so on October 6, 2021, Cerebral Palsy Day was held and students wore green shirts, and it was a great day to get more educated on topics that affect our peers. And following Mental Health Day, a lot of great resources were shared to students to help them through these stressful times after the pandemic. Things like getting enough sleep and eating well are great ways students can improve their mental health. As a lot of extracurriculars are coming back, we're encouraging everyone, but mostly younger students, to get involved in schools so they can find more friends and connect with others. Finally, a lot of students have expressed that after the delegation supporting HTDSB's diverse student body was taken as information, they felt like the board was not really listening to the students' needs or even trying to come up with a conclusion together, since both the students and the trustees are a key part of our board.
Thank you. We'll open up the floor for questions. Trustee Carabello, you have the floor.
Oh, Mr. Chair, my hand up was for the previous item.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Do we have any trustees that would like to speak or a question about the student trustee update? No, seeing that there's none, I thank our student trustees. We appreciate your report. I'm glad we could get to it. Item 10.2, school update. Director Daly, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, and through Mr. Chair, I'm going to try and share my screen to start. I'm working off my phone here, so this is new learning for me.
Never too old.
I'll try it out at the next meeting. Not much support from the staff here in my ability to share from my phone. So bringing to you an update with regards to some of our goings on at the school level. A reminder that our goal to start the year and throughout the year, maintain health and safe schools, to re-engage our community across the board, and certainly re-engaging the spiritual element of our community. We want to continue to support the mental health and well-being of students, staff, and families where necessary, working on meeting the needs of all of our learners and continuing to grow our capacity to be able to provide instruction online. So a bit of an update that we haven't, at least I haven't talked about in my report, and I think Superintendent Donalfo talked a little bit about sacraments with regards to St. Clair of Assisi, but just so the trustees are aware, so our parishes, our youth ministers have been working with schools to have students participate in liturgies and masses, some with face-to-face visits with the pastor at the school. With regards to sacraments, they have taken place or are taking place for our grade 3 and 8 students who did not have the opportunity to have First Reconciliation, Communion, or Confirmation last year. So our parishes have been working through those grade levels in September and October. For this year, our grade 2 and 7 parents are receiving or have received communication through the school and parishes about sacramental prep for this year. And as Superintendent Donalfo noted, parishes have also shared their sacramental plan through the virtual school, St. Clair of Assisi, to ensure that all of our students there receive the appropriate preparation for sacraments with their local parishes. As we heard in our trustee update, extracurricular activities have been taking place both at elementary and secondary, in person and virtually. Our secondary fall sports are well underway and moving towards the conclusion of our regular seasons. Elementary school sports, we're beginning with intramural events, and schools have been provided with some support around planning some of those intramural sports to give us the ability to kind of troubleshoot maybe where there may be some concerns we need to address as we enter into the competitive season. And because of school size and a number of other variables, the guidelines will be used at all of our schools, but they might look a little bit different at each school. But we're looking forward to kind of that measured approach in elementary, first with intramural programs, and then moving to more competitive programs through the fall. Elementary schools have started to introduce hot lunch and food programs. So if you're a parent, you've probably got those notices from your school, or you may have seen notices coming through the notifications that trustees receive. Our secondary school cafeterias will reopen for food service over the month of November. So it'll be a staggered sort of restart at all of our secondary schools. And it looks like right now that it'll be kind of a full restart in terms of food services that will be available. Trustees would remember, either in their role as trustees or as parents, maybe Take Your Kids to Work Day. Maybe you participated in it with your own grade 9 kids back at one point. We will, or Take Your Kids to Work Day, Take Our Kids to Work Day, will happen this year on November 3rd. It's a little bit different this year in terms of the ability for students to go out to workplaces. It really depends on what processes the employer has in place. We will have a lesson go on with our grade 9 students at the school level. If students are going to perhaps go into their parents' work site, it's important that they follow the health and safety protocols at that particular site. And they might be somewhat different than the protocols that we have in place here in our schools. We've talked about this a little bit already this year. The OSSLT, the Ontario Secondary School Literacy Test, there are 2 sittings or 2 windows of sittings this year. So the first one is a fall-winter sitting, and that's for our grade 11 students and any students in grade 12 who aren't graduating this year and have not fulfilled their requirement. And then for our grade 10 students and previously eligible students, the more traditional time frame in the spring. The one difference is, or the major difference is, there's a window of time in order to do the test. So in the old days, it was a specific date, but because it's an online assessment now, there's a wider window for those assessments to take place. In terms of some of the protective measures that we're undergoing at the school level, just a reminder that all of our students are required, all of our students and staff, we ask them to screen every day using the COVID screener. We know that all of our employees and frequent visitors to buildings are required also to undergo the attestation process. We submit updates to the ministry. It was weekly. I think it's moved now to twice a month, and those are posted on our website as well. The most recent posting, I think, was October 15th in terms of where we're at with our staff. Again, a reminder that all students, staff, visitors to the building are asked to do the daily screening to ensure that for people that are attending school, that everybody's safe and ready to learn each morning. Oh, sorry, could you just go back to that one, Rosie? One of the changes here, and this notice went out from Public Health this afternoon. I did send it to trustees this afternoon. If you didn't get a chance to see your email, Public Health letting parents know that as they do contact tracing, Public Health does have access to vaccination records for students, so that they may access them in order to complete contact tracing and being able to give good advice to schools. And that's the only reason why that information would be used. So that letter went out to all parents sometime late this afternoon. So that's a bit of an update as well. As parents know, or sorry, as trustees and parents know, we do keep track or update on our COVID advisory board on the board website. Currently, we have 3 confirmed cases and 2 closed classes in the district as of today. We've had 4 outbreaks in our 55 schools since the beginning of the school year, and that's updated daily. And I think that might be the last slide for updates. Just a reminder that you can find additional information on our board website, on our Twitter feed, Facebook, Instagram, and we do email out updates, information to parents where necessary. So happy to go back and go over anything or answer any other additional questions trustees might have that maybe weren't included in the update.
Thank you. So we have on the speakers list Trustee Agnew, O'Brien, and Vice Chair Duarte. Just to caution you, we'll have to call a vote in 2 minutes. We can do it now. So we need to extend to 11:30. We'll call a recorded vote. Trustee DeRosa?
Opposed.
Vice Chair Duarte?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo? Trustee Guzzo? Trustee Intomasi?
Favor.
Trustee Carabello?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn-Ternata?
In favor?
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Masri Amar?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Agnew?
In favor.
And Trustee Murphy's in favor, so we're extended to 11:30. Trustee Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to Director Daly with respect to semesters. And I know that you've probably seen some of the emails, and I'm getting numerous questions from both students as well as parents at our secondary panel who are asking about the return to semesters after this first term. Is that something that we're anticipating? Do we have a say in the matter? What is that looking like from your perspective, if you could provide some insight on that?
Sure, and thank you for the question. So right now, we're operating under the direction that the ministry gave us to start the school year, and that was to be limited to 2 classes per day. I think that was to start the school year. Certainly our hope was to, kind of normalize the return to school as much as we could, that by second semester it would be safe enough and numbers would be in place and people would be vaccinated and all of those factors that we would be able to start second semester as a regular semester. I do believe that's the hope of the ministry as well. The minister, actually we asked the minister the question, happened to be meeting with him last week. He was at one of our sites and asked him the question, and it was asked again today on the minister's call with board chairs. That decision will come based on the recommendation of the Chief Medical Officer of Health. The response by the minister today was, and the ministry staff, they do recognize that the sooner that boards know, the better, because while the change to a semester is, we can obviously do it. There's some organizational work that we need to do in order to make sure it goes seamlessly. So the sooner we know, the better. But I think what the indication from the minister is that the Chief Medical Officer of Health wants to have as much information to give the best advice as possible. So it's an ongoing conversation. I'm really hopeful that we're able to move that way in February when semester 2 starts. And I think that the ministry is also hoping that's what happens as well. So no update as of today, but it is certainly on the ministry's radar. And it has in those weekly calls between the Minister of Education and chairs of boards, the question has come up, I think, in every meeting in the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Trustee Agnew, do you have a follow-up?
Just a really quick follow-up, and thank you so much for that, Director Daly. So if I'm understanding it then correctly, is provided the ministry is okay, for lack of a better term, with the return to semesters, and if they leave that up, say, to the individual boards to make a decision on what they want what the model will look like, it's sounding to me like our preference would be if we can make that decision to go with that semester model, if that's something that we are permissible to do by the ministry.
Yeah, and certainly that's what we've been hearing here. That's what I've been hearing from parents. For the majority of parents, I have had a few parents reach out not in favor of that, but I think in a general sense, that would be the desire of parents and students, and certainly would be, I think, our school staff would welcome that as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, to Director Daly. Director Daly, I'm just reading the update, and question about the screening, the daily screening. If a student or the parent of a student does not fill out the screening tool, what's the follow-up?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So right now, Trustee O'Brien, we're asking students to do the screening at home or when they come to school. We're not confirming the screening at the school level at this point. We are confirming screening of visitors that come to the building, so adults that come into the building. But unlike the first 2 weeks of school, when we were actually actively confirming the screening, we're just encouraging it right now. We are confirming the screening with staff and with visitors.
Maybe I shouldn't have asked you, because now students know that. I don't know. Just a joke. Second question, Director Daly, any more thoughts on the championship game for football?
We will have a championship game. We are looking at one of the things that we need to we need a little bit more information on. If we go off-site, so to a facility that's not one of ours, for example, a university, they might have different rules around who can access the facility than we have. So that's something we'll need to keep in mind. I think most university campuses are requiring people on site to demonstrate they've been vaccinated, as opposed to just doing a screening. So we are looking into that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Dewar, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a question to Director Daly, and it's regarding indoor sports. So we touched base a little bit earlier today, and my understanding is spectators are not allowed to come and view their kids play. So if they are fully vaccinated and can keep a track of who's coming in and going out, is it not feasible or not possible for us to allow parents to come and watch their kids play?
It's certainly possible. We haven't moved that way yet. I guess we haven't yet required either parents or students to be fully vaccinated to access, unless they're a long-time volunteer, to access school events. So that would be a change in the protocols that we have. I know that most of the population is used to that, unless they're going to, the grocery store or those places where you don't need to show it. So that's certainly something that we're considering.
So the follow-up, Mr. Chair. So if a parent is visiting a school, they would be under the category of visitor, and all visitors need to be fully vaccinated. So can we not use that?
A one-time visitor to a school does not need to be fully vaccinated. We would ask them to do screening. A parent who's a volunteer, a frequent volunteer that's going to be there several times, we would ask them to either do the vaccine, or either be vaccinated or to do the testing.
So just to follow up on that, Mr. Chair, is can we, or are we planning to implement this in all the schools so that parents can go and visit their kids and watch the games? And what's the timeline, if at all, think of doing it?
I don't have a specific timeline for you, Trustee Duarte. The indoor part, we were really kind of going slow on it for a lot of reasons, really because it's indoors, but maybe some of that caution was us being cautious. We certainly know that at the very least, parents would like to be able to access those games. Certainly, students would as well. So it's something I think we'll move towards. I don't have a timeline for you tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Tomasi, do you have your hand up?
I do not.
Okay. If nobody else would like to speak, we can move on to 10.3, construction report. Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, this is our construction report for October. The only project in active construction right now is the Milton number 10 Catholic Elementary School. Work there is progressing well. We have had some supply issues with some of the challenges in the marketplace right now, but we've been able to overcome them with only minor delays. As you can see from the photos, our load-bearing masonry walls are complete now. We have mechanical and electrical installations ongoing on the first floor. You can see the first floor slab is complete, as well as the topping on the second floor is also complete. Next up for the site is the adding on the roof. As you can see, there's no roof on it yet, so the roof is up next. We have heard of some steel shortages in the marketplace, which is leading to some delays on our open web steel joists that we need for the roof, especially of the childcare portion and the classroom portion of the building. We are hoping that our current arrival date is October 25th, which is next Monday for our steel joists. We're not sure exactly how much of it will be arriving, but we're hopeful that arrives next week because we've been waiting for it for a couple of weeks now, and we need that to get ongoing with getting watertight so we can start the interior finishes. So again, hopefully it arrives next week. We'll have a better idea of the impact of the to the schedule when that arrives next week. If we are able to get a good majority of that steel joist in next week, we should be on pace for a February to March timeframe in 2022 for opening. But again, we need to see how that goes. We'll have more to update on at our November construction report. But in the meantime, still working away on some of the interior masonry walls. We have site grading happening now, and that'll lead to the concrete and asphalt work on the site to get it done before the ground freezes. So still working away at other things, but we really do need that the steel to get the roof on, so we can get watertight for the interior finishes, and obviously before the winter weather hits. So happy to take any questions that trustees may have on the Milton number 10 construction project.
Vice Chair Dewar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. I had the opportunity along with Chair Murphy to visit the project, and it was a pleasure to go into something being created. But Superintendent Merrick, could you, if I'm not going off topic, could you give us a quick update on Milton number 3 and where we stand, if I'm allowed to, and if I'm not going off topic?
You are going off topic, but if Superintendent Merrick has a quick update, I'm sure other trustees would be interested to hear it.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Duarte. We are on Milton number 3. We are still working away at getting the space template approval. It's been a long, drawn-out process. The ministry is encouraging us to reduce the size of the school, the size of the footprint of the school. You know, as trustees will know, I think we've shown the design here before, but we're proposing a similar design to St. Francis Xavier, or when it was built, the Jean Vanier School, just across the way in Milton there. We're still in the progress of getting that design approved. We're looking at trying, the ministry has recommended that we reduce the size of that school. We initially cut off 5% of the gross floor area of the school. They're now encouraging us to cut 10% of the gross floor area of the school off. And that's due to cost implications, realizing that the funding benchmarks, the funding allotment for the project is what it is. It was approved back in initially in early 2020. So the market has moved on quite a bit since then. So they're encouraging us to build smaller to be able to use or to be able to afford the building with the funds provided. So we're currently in some redesign right now, trying to take out some area. And by next week, we'll have it back into the ministry for further consideration on a revised concept design. So still working away at that end and hopeful to get approval on that to get us in the ground and moving on Milton number 3. As far as site works go there, trustees remember back, it would have been last summer now, we were starting the site works at Milton number 3. The site is ready to go, it's graded, all the fill is in. We had to put about 3 meters of fill across the entire 20-acre site. So it's about 45,000 dump trucks full of fill, different types of fill, but 45,000 dump trucks full of fill onto the site. So the site is ready to go and ready for construction. We're just waiting on approvals from the ministry to allow us to do so at this point.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you. Trustee Intomasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. Superintendent Merrick, construction question. Our exterior walls that go below grade, what size and thickness, or sorry, what thickness insulation are we using?
Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
I'd have to dig up the drawings for it. I can send those over to you if you like.
It's okay, that's fine. Next question, follow-up question. Insofar as the fill that you're bringing to number 10, Milton number 10, does that fill have to be certified? Or are you just doing soil tests after the fact?
Superintendent Merrick, you have the floor.
The fill I was talking about was for Milton number 3, and if you like, I can get you more details on that as well.
Milton number 3, my bad, sorry.
So Superintendent Merrick comment, he can get you that information. If no other questions, really nice site, impressive layout of the school, adjacent to a park. It's going to be really quite a nice site once it's finished. Looking forward to that. Great work to our staff and getting to where we are. We are moving on to, I lost my place, miscellaneous information. The minutes have been provided for your information. Correspondence has been provided. Do we have any open questions? No open questions. We do not have to go back into in camera. There are no absentees. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Vice Chair Duarte. We have a seconder. Seconder to adjourn.
O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien. Are there any opposed? Seeing that there are none opposed, the motion carries. Trustee Intomasi, will you please lead us in the closing prayer?
Thank you. Please join me in the sign of our faith in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Creator God, the source of all life, we give thanks for renewing our faith and having guided us in our ministry as Catholic school trustees during this board meeting. I hope that we have touched the hearts and minds of those with whom we work, namely students and parents who have entrusted their children to HCDSB. Lord Jesus, you've shared your counsel to choose knowledge, wisdom, peace, and service to our community through home, school, and parish in achieving, believing, belonging. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Trustee Intomasi. I'd like to thank everybody for their participation and collaborative work tonight. And I'd like to thank staff for all their hard work and the staff reports that we received. Have a good night. Take care, everybody.